Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That would be appreciated. Thank you, guys. All right, what's happening this morning? First, before I do anything at all, I have to talk a little bit about this verb. So, they came out yesterday with this big pronouncement that we're going to try to nail these naked shorters, et cetera, along with other companies that have come out with these announcements. And so I really feel sorry for people who bought into that hype because, the stock went up to 58 cents. And then look what they did. They sprung a financing after hours. So you tell me which is more scummy, to be honest. Okay. I mean, anybody who bought into this hype about going to counter the naked shorters and said, okay, well, they sound like they're going to do something. And then they spring a financing and just absolutely cratered the stock right after hours. Now, Holo, holy smokes, Holo, HOLO. What another move. I mean, on the 4th of January, so what, 20 days ago, this was a $2 stock, 250 stock. In the pre-market today, it hit 2268. It's pulled back quite a bit, but still up 28%. Just keeps moving. I don't see any specific news on Holo. Just a low float situation. Grom, again, I don't see any news on Grom, GROM. Blue Collar put some interesting information about their convertible debt financing at around that, what was 414, 420 mark. So yeah, I mean, I could easily stall it as it has so far anyway. Another, I actually created a super low float top list just for fun. Stocks under a million. Never used to see. Used to see the odd one, but now we're seeing many floats under a million shares. Just crazy. Anyway, Grom is up 61% now, but it is, let's see, it's pulled back from 425. PYPD. There's a big list of stocks right here. In my pre-market actives up, a big list that are up over 10%. You can see right there, there's only three down more than 10%. And the market is we're in for a negative open. So anyway, PYPD. See, yeah, not shortable for me. Popped up to $2, right back down to 124. Gives a positive update for their drug. But you get why I'm talking about this blue collar in terms of verb. It's just that people can get really misled, waylaid by some of these press releases, and they spring a financing immediately after trying to hype the fact that we're going to fight the naked shorters. BXRX released, I guess, well, the data has been received as positive. BXRX, another low float, 492,000 in the float. BIAF, let's see if this one is still up. BIAF, yeah, it's pulled back, a pretty big percent, 242 back down to 190. Meanwhile, BXRX just absolutely continues here. I guess I should take a look to see where is there some resistance. Looks like the next high is around 652. 658 is the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high looking at the daily chart for BXRX. Triple M. We'll see quite a few more earnings plays today. Triple M is one of them. And it is gapped down on earnings. Triple M, 3M. INBS, again, I don't know if it's a held at gains. Yeah, again, not really, guys. I mean, 174 right back down to 126. When I see these are moving like this, and I put them on my list, and then it's only afterwards when I reconsult the list when I'm talking to you guys that I actually see, all right, giving it up. Now, this actually did take out. Yeah, this actually did take out yesterday's high, INBS in the pre-market. Yesterday's high was 160, and the pre-market high was 174. So maybe, but doesn't look that good. Another low float, 18 million. Disaster du jour. CYTO, guys. CYTO. Let's see if this is popped up at all. Yeah, it is. We should have hadn't. Anyway, clinical trials, and they say the primary endpoint is not met. Nobody wants to see that. So CYTO, all-time low right now. Now, because we don't count the pre-market, cut down to 196. So it's had a nice pop actually off the lows. This is, this sort of, I wish this didn't happen. I'd be all over a short on this one. Had this remained down around this 250 mark, then if the market opened, we'd probably see it in my 10-day daily breakdown almost immediately. But now I don't know. Now Finch was showing up on Sumo from yesterday. I think the spread has tightened up a bit, 1037, 1041. Sumo, SUMO, Jeffries coverage and a $11 price. Come on, Jeffries, you can do better than that. It's 1038 right now, $11 price target. You got to put about a $50 price target. Yeah, YMM, I don't see the release yet. So that's another short seller, Jake Capital Research. Don't see it yet. I'm sure it'll appear in my headlines soon. PCAR is another earnings play, guys. PCAR, PCAR, PCAR. And this is an earnings play now. That's right. I wrote down low volume so far. Okay, low volume so far. So it's a big pop so far, but it's very low volume. Volume, of course, will pick up once the market opens. And CBAY, not eBay, but CBAY. CBAY did a financing at $7, and it is above the financing price, I believe. Now it's starting to drift down towards it. Got up to 760. What about CANF, CANF? I have them down here as a reverse splitter at some point. I just can't see the news when they did it. They did release some news, and the stock popped way up here at 745. Yeah, low float, 2.7 million in the float. Meanwhile, VXRX continues, guys. So again, the next high is 658. 658. Phase two success. I'd definitely be watching Holo. I'm trying to figure out an area where it might, well, there's the VWAP in the pre-market, 877, because this thing got up to $22, and it looked like there's pretty decent, well, there's good volume on all this. 9.5 million in the float, traded 568,000 now. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Hasn't hit my email yet. Okay. Now I did see Bed Bath and Beyond. I did see that it was popping up. No reason other than just a memer. They've got hold of it again for a while anyway. Interestingly, this is now shortable at Interactive Brokers, not immediately, but the red dot is gone. So they have removed that short sale restriction completely for now. But it's still going to be hard to short. They'd have to find shorts for you. This is at Interactive Brokers. William, are you in the room? Excuse me, are you in the room right now, or anybody with E-Trade? You are? Okay. So free commissions at E-Trade, 100% free all the time. Doesn't matter even if you go in at the market. In other words, you go in at and you take. You don't have to go in between the bid and the ask. 100% free all the time, no matter what. And there is a reason I'm asking this. So if you don't specify the route, it'll cost half a cent or so. Okay, but if you specify the route, so I'm assuming by specifying the route, you are in theory getting a better fill. In theory. The reason I ask is that in examining what Trade Zero has, Trade Zero, the commissions are not free unless if you went into a market, so let's say, the spread was only a penny, you wanted to buy right now, they'll charge you. If the spread was like 10 and then 10.05, you'd have to stick a bid in between and hope to get a fill in between, and then they won't charge you. So it's playing games, in my opinion. Because if you're an active trader, you don't have to monkey around. Well, you're trying to get a free commission on this. I mean, it's not that the commissions are ridiculously expensive, but I was thinking of switching over just to try it. Not so much for the free commissions necessarily, but for the availability of shorts. But I was wondering about other brokers. Do they do the same thing? It sounds like it's the same, Veza, though, compared to Interactive Brokers, half a cent a share. Look at BXRX. Yeah, getting close, guys, getting close to that high over here, 658. Yeah, I wonder why Trade Zero does that. They make it it's like you almost have to, well, it's not fine print. I mean, they right on their website. I mean, that's what they say. Free commissions if you do it this way, paid if you do it this way. Wow, okay, Feza, I mean, IB though, I mean, you'd be crazy, not you necessarily, of course, but sure, the banks in Canada, but Interactive Brokers is fine to use in Canada. All right, excuse me. Let me see if there's upgrades. There we go. The upgrades and downgrades have hit, but just one moment, please. All right, guys, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Yeah, again, the downgrade list is a lot bigger than the upgrade list. I'll get a few of them in. I'm hearing Sava, guys, SAVA. I'm hearing it. Okay, it's on the way down. Okay, SAVA on the way down. When I say I'm hearing, I hear text to voice. My gap ups and gap down. So I just glance at the my gap downs. I see Safa is moving down. There's some news in Sava. Wow, look at this. My goodness. Look at this. But when you read the headlines, positive top line, phase two, announces positive. So you just read this headline, think, all right, and that's probably what caused the initial pop. But now I guess you've got to dive into this, and I'm not going to, but the market is not reacting well to this press release that Sava just put out. SAVA. I just wonder why Trade Zero does that. I don't, because if you're an active trader, you can't monkey around. You want to get a fill right now, and it happens to be at the market. If it's a decent spread, you don't want to monkey around trying to put something just to try to get a free commission, in my opinion, anyway. All right, guys, now let's get the downgrades in. And free commissions are great if it's for the active trader. If you're a swing trader taking two or three trades a week or whatever, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have to pay a little commission. Anyway, Peloton, I see Peloton's got a downgrade. I did see Peloton starting to move down a bit in the pre-market. PTON. The Goose is downgraded. Canada Goose. A couple of downgrades for CSTR, I see. CSTR. All right, that's a few of the upgrades, a few of the downgrades. Yeah, I've heard about that with E-Trade. We've had people who have, of course, one of the only two brokers, Interactive Brokers on E-Trade, the only ones you can use trading using Brokerage Plus, and trying to trade in the first 5 minutes with E-Trade seems to be a real mess. So yeah, not that that would bother me so much because, as you know, I don't like to trade in the first 15. But anyway, let's take a look at the major sectors, guys. Again, we're in for a negative open. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar. Doc channel bar, click on the Show More and sector status. So let's take a look at the major sectors, see how they're doing. Okay, so what you're seeing here, major sectors, XLE, the energy sector, major ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 77% in red, what that means is 77% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So you can see right off the bat, every single stock makes up XLC, the communication sector, down. 100% of them are down. Tech, 90% of them are down. In other words, there is no strong sector to start. Nothing is over 50%. The only one that's even close is industrials, XLI. So we're in for a rocky open. Now look how close XLC was getting to its 200-day moving average. Look at that, guys. I mean, this has been. I think this was the worst performing sector. Okay, XLC, and look at this. Touch the 200-day moving average. Now, of course, today we're going to be a little bit light, but and then technology XLK through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Finance, they're moving away from that 200-day moving average. The other one is consumer staples, XLP. I even think that was getting close to the 200-day. Yeah, even that one was getting. Uh, oh, not Staples. Staples is always, but it is even Staples now is below the 200-day. I was thinking a discretionary XLY below the 200-day. Yeah, that is still. As we speak, this is the worst performing sector. I think this is still below the 200-day moving average by a bit. But the run that communications has had is pretty impressive. I mean, remember we're down here at for the 46 level, so getting very close to probably what happened today, depending on of course, what the market does today. But all right, let's take a look at Hellbiz. Another one of these companies saying we're going to be attacking these naked shorters. Yeah, okay. Well, that short J Capital, there we go. There it is. J Capital is short full. Don't know them at all. I don't know J Capital at all. But evidently they have some weight. 727 is the 200 days. So that's far enough away still. So anyway, bottom line is I still may take out a little account on Trade Zero just to get access to some shorts, I suppose. But I just found it a little bit I don't want to use the word scammy, but I mean to put these restrictions on getting truly commission-free trade. When others don't. I guess that's more, if they all did it, okay, if they all right, that's the deal, okay, but others don't. And by the way, also, we do link with Trade Zero, okay? I think if Kern's in the room, it was a miscommunication. Okay, we do link with Trade Zero, no problem. Linking meaning that when we click on a symbol, it loads into the Trade Zero platform. You trade from within there, and that's all I care about. I don't care about Brokerage Plus, trading from within Trade Ideas. That doesn't interest me. The trick is just using the alternate method. So you look at your external linking and then edit the link and you use alternate method and that'll work. All right, let's see what's happening 3 minutes before the market's going to open. So let's see anything else sneaking in here. So how's Grom doing? Ooh, this just became shortable for me. Not that I'm going to do it now, but yeah, but if you're like me and I'm clicking on many, many symbols all day long, so I don't know how many you're doing. It's just a time saver. It's not that I'm not just because a symbol loads into my order entry doesn't mean I'm going to hop on it, as you know. But I just like as opposed to if I had to type in those symbols all day long, it would drive me crazy. Even if I were then going to do what you do, take a look at the financials briefly. How can you do that anyway, though? Looking at the financials, you must have a very because I know you're trading a lot of Zach stuff. Some of Zach stuff though do take some time. So I guess you do have a I guess you have time to even glance a little bit at the financials. Hmm. Okay. Actually, I'm hearing Zion. So you're long? Okay. Zion. Yeah, I'm hearing Zion. I think it's actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There's a reaction, a gap down. All right. Well, thanks, William. You didn't alert me again. Markets are going to open in less than 30 seconds, guys. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Of course, I'm just kidding, William. And I typically do not trade in the first 15. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, thinking about W today, Wayfair. And okay, something's happened here, guys. So we're getting a bunch of yeah, something's happened with our Zooms. Have you seen that? And I think what's happened is we've got huge bottoming tails and topping tails, but this can't be right. Is it right? Wow, this is right. Look at all these halts for zooms that happened with these bottoming tails that kicked in. Look at the SPY. All happened at 9:30. I thought maybe it's an error, but no, they are halted. I'm looking at IB and they are halted. They're all halted. That I have never seen before. Never seen this before, guys. These are truly halts. Right at 9:30, right on the open, there were some bottoming tails and topping tails and bottoming tails, and that just cratered the system. Seriously, I thought maybe it was our house resumes that were crazy, but I'm just looking at every one of those that were halted in our house resumes. They are halted for trading right now. I have never seen that, William. I've never seen that. Not this, that, not that. I mean, look at the list of them. Right at 50. Well, right, basically right at 9:30. Never seen that. Not since we've had this halt resume scanner. How's that? Okay, well, let's look at what else is happening. No big topping tail or bottoming tail for VXRX. All the rest of them, if you look, they all had either huge topping tails or bottoming tails. This did not really have one. Well, there's no news on Grom that I can see. So, but as Blue Collar pointed out, there could be a lot of conversions right around that 414 mark. And that's kind of where it got to in the pre-market. So, but there's no news that I can see on Grom, GROM. The only news is is a crazy low float. Okay, so this is what I call sort of a legitimate halt, HOLO, halt on the way down. Yeah, we've got some real crazy stuff happening. Be careful. Be careful right now. Yeah, Mo, sorry, Trader, yeah, Trader Mo. If you scroll up, you'll see what you might have put it in the stocks only. Okay, I'll just repeat his post down here. Yeah, be really careful right now of taking trades, guys. Something's going on with this market. We got all these halts, resumes hitting us immediately. So be very careful. I mean, look at these bottoming tails and topping tails. I don't know what's happening. So what I would do is I would just rest easy. Yeah, I mean, look at these bottoming tails. So what's happened is, and then they pop up and they get halted. I may have to, when I soon, I'm just going to clear this because these are irrelevant. They're just showing me that something unusual is happening with this market. So just be really careful. BXRX, so wow, BXRX, I think it's above that. What did I say? 647. Next high looking left is 658, 658. And look, if it gets through that, next high is 764. I think this is a for real halt, yeah. A typical halt, shall we say, as far as BXRX is concerned. Here we go. It looks like the entire NYSE might have halted. Excuse me, NYSE. NYSE opening prints were wrong. Maybe not the entire, but and that's the issue. It's only, I guess it's only affecting, not affecting NASDAQ stocks. Let me make sure of that. Here's New York. See if they're all New York. Yeah, looks like they're all New York. Let's take a look at Apple as an example. Apple, which is NASDAQ. Yeah, so that was fine, even though we had a huge topping tail here at what time was that? 8:15. So it's all got to do with New York, guys, New York Stock Exchange. But who knows, if this spills over into the other exchanges? I don't mean the halts and all that, but just the like the what the heck is going on? Yeah, even this is wrong because they're saying resumed here, MCD, unless, oh no, it is right. Okay, it is right. It's just where this takes a while, I guess, for this halt to leave on our chart, but well, that was interesting. Well, I can't explain it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's the first time I've ever seen this. Computer programs got running amok. I don't know. So again, I'm just going to keep saying it. Best to do is don't do anything until this gets settled down. Last time I looked for the Grom, there were 15,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers, all snapped up now. I haven't seen this one for a while. Nano Dimension, NNDM. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. It really didn't do anything. NASDAQ stock, so I guess not affected. Coming into the 200-day though, this is shortable for me. Coming into the 200-day moving average for NNDM. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of my sound alert for a while anyway. It's just going crazy with all these halts resumes. And I suggest that if you got it, just clear it. Just do a right click on just right click and then, oops, where are you? Just right click and clear. Wow. So I guess what they're doing, I mean, they don't, NNDM doesn't officially release until March 16th unless they have, this is preliminary, I guess. Okay, so they've decided, I guess this is preliminary, but it may as well be the earnings release. Yeah, I'm seeing BIAF in my crawl. All right, so this got up to 242 in the pre-market, all the way back down to 169. I just don't have any faith in these right now anyway. They did have some news after the company, you know, I think spell checkers are available, right, guys? So the company announced the publication. So anyway, announced the publication of results of its clinical trial. Well, if there was ever a day to wait 15, this was the day. Okay, CPRX guys, CPRX trying to crawl back after its disaster day yesterday. CPRX, we got down to yesterday down to 1331. Look left, of course, it's got plenty of room, but it is trying to crawl back. And that is CPRX. Can't really remember what happened to this one yesterday, but and this FFIE keeps trying to get well, who knows? Maybe today it gets over $1. All right, I think things have settled down a little bit now, guys. I'm not getting any new false resumes that are, I mean, this is a normal one, HOLO. And again, I just cleared them all. No point in looking at them. Lucid, LCID. Okay, so if it takes out 9, what could happen? Yeah, the next high looks like the next high is 952. Is that right? Yeah, the next high is 952 for Lucid LCID. EV plays are maybe strong again. Okay, why do I have an alert for NRGV? To take this out, I guess. Right there. Yeah, this was I set that alert maybe a few weeks ago or days ago anyway. Wow. Okay, RKLB right at the 200-day moving average, 498, right at it, 497. If it takes it out, what's the next high looking left? 512. If we can get through that, 568. So RKLB, not a low float, 257 million in the float, so certainly not a low float. Rocket Labs, this was yesterday, prepares for first launch from Virginia. Mm. For sure, Barry, it will. There's no question because I mean, for instance, if you're looking, let's take a look at MO as an example. I think that's a New York stock. Yeah, so MO. So for instance, if you wanted to short this one, but you wanted to short, only if it took out the low of the day, it's got to get down to 37.91. So as an example. So yeah, so for New York stocks, it's not going to be pretty, in terms of trying to find new lows and new highs, legitimate ones. But nothing we can do about it. The other one that started off with a flourish, PYPD, got up to $2 in the pre-market and just basically sinking now. All right, what did I look at? BIAF. BIAF, I think the next high is fairly close. Next high is 260. You know, float is 5.5 million. 241. You can see, on that in the pre-market, it hit 241. It looks like three times. Will that stall it again? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but that is BIAF. At 240, 240, 240, actually 240. So if it can take out 240, but then you've got to contend with the next high, 260 on the daily chart. GNS is putting in a little spurt here, guys. GNS, a little spurt here, some volume coming in. It's gone red to green. And the market's going to test, looks like it's going to test that 400 again. So market is sort of shrugging off. I mean, the Dow's down, NAS is basically flat, SPY is basically flat. Well, this really, I was looking to short this one, this CYTO, but this has had a great bounce. So William, do your thing. They had their provided the update on clinical, but the main goal was not met. Strange that it's having this nice bounce. I mean, it's really here. I mean, yeah, they have some other information, but that's the one that stands out. But the main goal not met, not met, and that is for CYTO. Yeah, so Sava is right at the 200-day moving average. 29.52 is the 200-day, so it's a little bit below it. It's sort of like that's the area, so it looks like that 200 is trying to hold a bit anyway. Oh, there's genius, guys. GNS over 5 now. GNS over 5. The high yesterday was way up here at 620, 633 or so. All right, guys, GNS on the move here, on the move. Again, the next high looking left is 628, 628 from yesterday. It is at the high of the day before that of 519 and taking it out. Okay, Veza, you got your wish for Hellbiz, HLBZ through 50 cents. Whoops, this is a gap up in reverse now for BXRX. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure lots at Trade Zero. What's the volume coming into Hellbiz? This is the only one that scan that I've got that has stocks under $1. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay, that's the only one that I've got that has shows me stocks under $1. 50-cent minimum. I'm actually interested, believe it or not, in this HLBZ, but I'm watching to see how well it holds this 50-cent level. I haven't taken a sub $1 stock in a long time. There's a high over here that might stall at 53 cents. Boy, that was a heck of a short for Grom. If no, so there's been a little bit of covering. 3,500 shares available now at Interactive Brokers. I just don't want to do it now, of course, but I saw this SATX in the pre-market. Yeah, SATX just tanking. No shorts available. All-time low now. No shorts available for me. All right, Hellbiz, are you going to take out that little area, that little area here? 53 cents. That's the high. Looking left, that's back in October. Well, if you've got holo shorts, this looks like a pretty tasty little short right now, guys. Holo. The low yesterday was 10.24. What's the spread like? Yeah, not a great spread, 20-cent spread. Yeah, so you can see right off the bat, the 10-day daily breakdown, these two were influenced, the VZ and the NIO were influenced by the what happened at the open. So forget about these two, of course. GNS has been a little bit choppy depending where you put your stops, but still looks interesting. I mean, it's above the high of 2 days ago. See how Hellbiz is just stalling right at that 53, 54 cent level so far anyway. That high looking left is, as we speak, seems to be enough to just to stall it for a while anyway. Market is in real chop mode today so far anyway. Look at this big topping tail on the SPY, got up to 400, sold right off. Next candle, kind of a little of a topping tail, a bottoming tail. Well, anybody with shorts for SATX, it's an all-time low, SATX all-time low. All right. Hellbiz challenging that 54-cent level again. HLBZ. Wow, choppy day, guys. Look at this XPAV NIO, and I'm sure LI probably trading about the same. Tesla doesn't have earnings today after hours, certainly this week. So it has earning tomorrow. So Tesla has earnings tomorrow after hours. That will be interesting tomorrow after hours. See what the Tesla earnings report looks like. More importantly, how does the market react to it? Wow, SATX. SATX. Okay, guys, a little continuation play from yesterday, I guess. IOVA above yesterday's high now. Where's the next high looking left? Yeah, 740, 764. I wish this were the high, 841. That'd be awesome. Not a low float, 120 million. Wow, SATX is just getting hammered here, guys. SATX 40 down 50% now. I mean, this was one of the crazy ones. Back in November, it got up to what, almost $80. Okay, Paradox. I don't know that there's a delay actually, but okay. For you, 40 seconds? Why? It's not 40 seconds for anybody else. At least it shouldn't be. Okay. Let's say 1510 BXRX. Let's take a look at BXRX to see if that is yes. So Jamie in our YouTube room pointing out this is a classic, could be a classic Steve Gomez type play. There's that. Now I use pre-market data, so I don't know how much different it's going to be, but that blue line you see is the 10 SMA. And if you've listened to Steve Gomez talk, he loves what he calls a jam down to the 10 SMA. And then you see what happens. Will it bounce off it? Okay. Flojo. Okay. FLJ. Okay. So this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Lots of shares available. 5 million for this little stock, but it popped right back up. Oh, you're listening to me on YouTube. Okay. Still shouldn't be a 40-second delay, but okay. Give me a moment, guys. Or you can move to Canada, Liam, where our drugs are cheap. Vancouver's not bad. Well, interestingly, if you wanted to just listen to me with no delay at all, you could always go to, like anybody, you could go to our Discord room. If you don't, and if you're one of the first 50 in the Discord room, which I don't think is an issue, I just have this up at a courtesy, really. Um, there's no delay. There shouldn't be a delay than hearing in the Discord room. There's always a delay in YouTube, and YouTube does that on purpose, but all right, I gotta start looking for something here, guys. So yeah, so there's the hell. So the Helvis could not get through that 53, 54 cent level. Volcanoes, Vancouver. Yes, here's an invite. This is our YouTube or our Discord room. Okay, guys, let me see. GNS, giving up 5. Choppy day, guys, for me anyway. Choppy day and what I'm looking at anyway. Okay, I don't know the different codes, Liam, but it just says, for me, it says volatility. So as long as if it's a 5 minute halt. And there you go. William, who knows all, has shed some light on that. Yeah, no problem. I'll keep the Discord. There's no issue for my keeping the Discord room open. It's not a big deal. Just looking at something, getting some alerts, and I just keep looking left to see whether or not there's some room before it hits the next high, and I'm just not seeing anything great. Well, SATX, SATX just absolutely came out of its halt and keeps moving down, guys. Do I think markets improve after 1 p.m. Eastern time? Are you talking in general, Peter, or just today? I have no idea. I mean, if it's today, I have no idea. Okay, Paradox, it's got to be a long time ago. I don't even remember that conversation, but that's okay. I'm a different person. Oof. Well, I like that. I saw this Ari, but then I look left. What do I see? 24.59, 24.27 right now. That prevents me. But this is a strong stock. This Ari, ARRY is a strong stock. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a position in the years range or lifetime. Let me get it up and running again. Sometimes our single stock window gets jumbled around. Yeah, so it's not as strong as I thought. I mean, I have no special insight, Peter. The markets are going to improve after 1 o'clock today. Right now, it's very choppy. Right now, I mean, the spot is choppy. I'm not seeing a lot of continuation in things that I've been popping up on my screens. Yeah, Mac, there was something that went haywire at the open for the New York stocks, New York Stock Exchange stocks. Something went haywire. It appears to have been corrected now, but definitely something happened on the open for the majority, if not every single New York Stock Exchange stock. Shoot, how did I miss this CPRA? Oh, no, I was talking about this one earlier. That's right. As trying to recover, I said I couldn't remember what happened yesterday. Great, great. This was the one to stick with. CPRX. No, if I do like I'll do this. I'll do a history of today, and the house resumes, and you can see how insane it was. Here's at 9:30. Look at all the halts at 9:30, over and over and over and over and over and over. And so there was something went haywire, as I say, with the New York Stock Exchange. I don't think that's happening, Sherry. Hey, listen, if there wasn't volatility in the markets, we wouldn't be doing this. We want volatility. I mean, not the crazy, crazy volatility that happened, but okay, maybe keep an eye on CBAY. The high in the pre-market was 763. It's not a low float. I think they had some new, oh, that's right. They did a financing and at 7. Okay, so that financing price is holding so far. Look at that. It got right down, back down to the financing price. So that financing price is holding, and that is for CBAY, CBAY. All right, so Genius, GNS, looks like it held the VWAP, trying to hold the VWAP anyway. 486 is the VWAP, so it got close. But it is choppy. I mean, look at these topping tails. Again, what does it mean? Buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. So I mean, this is not easy. Oh, this is getting hammered. This one, CS, is this shortable? Not shortable for me. CSLX, sorry, SCLX. It is getting hammered here. Not a low float either. 100, is that right? 141 million in the float and it's down 41%. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I mean, I see that it's a loser, but I don't see any news on this one. SCLX. Just okay, continuation down. Wow, that is a massive float for it to be down 42%. Let me just check. a flow checker, and I want to see what the consensus is. Well, that's interesting. This doesn't even come up. SCLX doesn't even come up. This is what I'm saying. It's not even coming up, and normally not even coming up. And I've typed it right. SCLX. Yeah, interesting. It is tradable for me. I mean, it's just got halted on the way down. But how is it that Yahoo and Benzinga and I think Morningstar, Wall Street Journal, why don't they have any data on SCLX? I mean, they don't recognize it as a symbol. Okay, if there are shorts available at Trade Zero for this one, I'm switching. I'm going to take a little account out. Whereas Veza, you mean, well, right now, I mean, it's 510, 510. So, I mean, it's not trading right now. SCLX. Hmm. Well, let me check my site again. I mean, I typed it incorrectly. I typed it in, see, it sounds like I said incorrectly. I typed it in the right way. So this is flow checker. So it looks at Yahoo, FinViz, Ameritrade, Morningstar, and Wall Street Journal. And it's just not, yeah. And it's working. Interesting. Oh, well, for some reason, it is not showing up. Well, anyway, all right, guys, just again, all sorts of internal stuff happening. So I'm just following some discussions. Meanwhile, SATX continues down here. No. If you're suggesting a GNS can get up to $400, look, anything is possible in this world, but I refuse to believe that. Oh, I see. Other than the other way, okay. But I'm sure you were talking about moving higher. Okay, Sava just made now interesting. Is that? Oh, it's a 915 candle. Okay. I'm gonna say Sava just made a new low. The only reason I know that is I have an in one of my scans new low alerts, of course, intraday. And a lot of scans you're going to have, especially if they're New York stocks, are not going to work today because of these topics. But this was a 915 candle, so that doesn't count. So SAV is making a new low, guys. SAV is making a new low in the market hour low, if you will. But it's a tough trader. I mean, this is a green bar ignored. Okay, I mean there's your three red candles, nice downward trend. Green bar totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And then the next candle is red. That's that 10, 15-minute candle, signifying a potential short opportunity. Now, I mentioned Iova earlier. Look at the volume that came in. It's actually showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now. So why late? See, the relative volume is now 9. My filter has to be at least 8. So I guess until it hit here with all that volume that came in, it wasn't. It was just below 8. But yeah, the next high looking left is 764. So I just can't get too enthused with it. Now, what I could get enthused about is that it is shortable for me, 5.8 million shares at Interactive Brokers or Iova. So let's see if it stalls at this 760 area, if it even gets up. 764 is the next high looking left. Yeah, probably the wrong person to ask, Todd. So the question is, can I suggest any filter that I can add to my alert window for a 3 to 5 day swing trade to the upside? Yeah, not really, not me. You might want to support at trade-ideas.com. Ask that question. One of the other traders who are more into swing trading than I am might have a better idea, but okay. But they'll probably say the same thing. I mean, they're not swing trading much right now. They are not swing trading very much at all. So I mean, one of the things I know they do is, look at the position in range filters. I mean, if a stock is maybe strong over the last 20 days or 5 days, the high, here are the highs of those positions, things like that. Depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for, more kind of bottom fishing, but stocks that may be coming off the bottom. I mean, I've got one called Trend Reversals. I haven't used it in a long, long, long time, but it looks for stocks that are coming off the bottom. Okay, if you're looking for something like that, let me see if I can find that again. And you can take a look at the filters. Trend reversal. So I've got a top list. Okay. And you can take a look at it and you can check the filters that I'm using. Now, somebody who really loves bottom fishing is Andy at Trade Ideas. I think he's got a few like Dawn of the Dead and he, some interestingly named. Yeah, so it gosh, got halted on the way up now. SCLX. Post what to YouTube, Jamie? I don't type anything in. Oh, the trend reversals. I see. I thought you meant, there it is. Well, it's certainly going to have to get through three. BIAF has to get through three. I mean, it's up 78% right now. So that, Jamie, you can see the jam down to the 10 did not hold it. BXRX, it jammed down to it, but it did not hold it. Not that it always will, of course. Boy, I'm just not seeing it today, guys. The Sava is the one that, I would probably, let me just see here. Through the 200-day moving average now, Got to get through 28. I mean, there looks like there is some support, maybe around 27.78, 80. A lot of, look at all that daily action. All right, how's Sumo doing? SUMO. Not bad. The spread is good right now. Only a penny. What was the high of the day here? 1072. Had a huge day yesterday. Huge day. Yeah, I wish. Why can't Jeffrey? I mean, $11 price target. Come on. I mentioned this in the pre-market. They should be making it like $20, $25. Well, if you have shorts available for BXRX, this is a nice break right here. Have a nice break. No shorts available for me. Okay, BIAF, you are now at 3, briefly. This is really interesting now for the BIAF guy, BIAF at 3. It has a little areas to get through, 317, 3, and then 317, 319. 325 is over here, and then after that, 360, 423. So lots of volume coming in, biggest volume bar of the day now on that 15-minute chart. Have to rename this SADX. Look at this, just absolutely getting destroyed here. SADX. Ooh, Sava below 28 now. SAVA below 28. This is a key area. If it takes this out, I mean, what's holding it up? It's 2750 or so. And Sava just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 2791. Yeah, man, I wish Sava wasn't so whippy sometimes because this is really what a short this one was. Sadhax just completely. Here was the alert. If you had shorts available for you, 10 o'clock, 406, $4, two almost cut in half from there. All right, Sava, are you really going to collapse now that I'm in it? We'll see. Oh, you miserable thing. Now you've just popped up a bit. Okay, guys. So my alert was at 27.91. I'm in around 27.85. That's a short of Sava. It's close to 28. I'm out. And this can be so whippy. Yeah, boy, Sava, come on. If it real, this is the key, taking out this 2765-ish, I think, that area. If it can do that, then I'm just looking left. I don't see too much support. Any idea why GNS is up and down? It's traders. It's really that simple. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip about it, but I mean, it's just trading, traders. Look, I mean, it's something that went from 48 cents, 4 days ago, that yesterday gets up to 629. You're going to have lots of trading in it. I mean, there's no real reason this should be up here. Sure, they've come out and said, we're going to attack these naked shorters. I think they may have even had some other news, perhaps. But I mean, it's just a stock play. That's all it is. But they did have Genius stock rallies on raise forecast, plans to battle the short selling, and Hillbiz using the same company used by Genius Group to combat the illegal short selling, etc. Oh yeah, I'm watching the Sava. The only reason I'm doing it is because it came in my 10-day daily breakdown. But of course, does that mean it's absolutely going to work? Absolutely going to work? Of course not. But sorry, guys, I'm just having to watch the Saba. Wow, BIAF, guys, I should be on that one. Never mind this stupid Saba. Wow, look at that thing go now. Look at BIAF go now. I was watching this right at that 3 level, if you recall, and then I decided to take that Saba short, and that cost me because this is the one. Because now I think the next high is legitimately 423. Low float, of course, 5.4 million in the float. I'm getting tired of the Saba, guys, by the second here. I wish it would just take me out and then I can move on. In fact, it just did. Okay. At least I can move on. Okay. It's a little loss on the Saba. Now I can look at maybe see if the BIAF comes back just a little bit. Not that I want it to come back. I know some of you are in there, like Dak is in there, so I know he doesn't want it to come back at all, but yeah, I should put Saba on my do not trade list. It just is too erratic for me anyway. Well, we've had some amazing days with Saba. Those early days when, all sorts of allegations came out of fraud and there were some amazing days, but since then, yeah, it's difficult intraday trader in my opinion. Okay, guys, I will now, what time is it? 10:57. So talk a little bit about my homepage. All right, on my homepage, what are you going to find? Lots of good information, if I do say so myself. Click on my homepage link. So there is a promo code you can use to get 15% off, first month only, the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, and we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000, annual standard is 1,000. The big difference is the AI, of course, minus the 15% discount. AI's had only one alert today. Caesar, not bad, 50.92, 51.85 now, but a dollar move so far. Is CZR. You don't have to go on an annual. Want to go monthly? That's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15%. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always, if you do though, want to take out an annual after being in a monthly, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, please do this to get started. There are 10 videos, short videos, running you through the download and install, first startup and login, etc. So please do that first. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, I think is a great little free resource for you. Okay. If you're new to trading, please take a look at that. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put that together. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. That's free, of course. The trade of the week is sent out to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. It's AMD, and I think it's doing quite well. Yeah. I mean, after hours got up to $77. I think the trigger was around 70, 71 something. You you couldn't have got it right at the trigger. You would have probably had to pay about 72 for it because the trigger actually, well, unless you got in the pre-market. This is the pre-market action down here. But at any rate, very, very nice trade of the week so far. Just one moment, please. All right, now click on the education section. So we have a great user guide. In that user guide, you don't have to learn everything in there, of course, but there's that getting started again. You should know what an alert window is, an A window, a T window, a top list window, and about the stock racing. Eventually you should know how to put price alerts on charts, and maybe you want to put some sound alerts on your different windows so you can hear. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at, etc. Okay, but you don't have to learn everything. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. So between 12 and 1, I take a break, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders does take over in our YouTube room. Today is Michael Noss. Some of you know Michael, and he's a big back tester, etc. So you'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to him. Educational videos. We have more educational videos. I'm going to have to, I know I keep saying this every single day. I'm going to do it right now. You know what? This is just a different take on it. This is not the same as this one though. The getting started 101. Okay, it's not quite the same. So you'd sort of have your pick, but the one I would look at if you're new to trading is this one up here. Okay, trading 101. My scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. You've heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. You heard me talk about the Halts Resume scanner that went crazy because of the glitch at the NYSE. Okay, but I have other scans that I'm sharing. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link, use my promo code. The room is free. The room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save the link, you have access to my scans at any time and all the education. BIAF looks like it's trying to hold 3. Look at the market back to 400, guys. Market's back to 400. So everything, not quite. NAS is just down to just a smidge. The Dow is now up. SPY, so basically flat. So SPY back to 400. All right, so just general information about trade ideas. First of all, if you're new to the rooms, welcome to the rooms. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and approximately 3:20 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, okay? We have screening capabilities and why I differentiate. A lot of screeners out there, but we're also a scanner, and I'll explain what the big difference is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I am sharing. We have a lot of scans from our up here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, here's a momentum scan, our momentum channel, and within it, there is a scan. We call it momentum. Actually, it is one of the ones that I'm sharing my homepage. I call it Momo, but it's the same. So if you look at my scans or any scan that you see in our channel bar, you want to see what it's looking for. All you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. It'll tell you in English language what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect, okay? The filters that we have. So in other words, if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute, 400 in 5 minutes. That's what gives us the momentum. So if all of these screening values are met, these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. Okay, so MIRM, MIRM right now, making new highs right here. You can see it right here. And you can see the volume. Look at the volume burst on the 15. Okay, so that's an example of a momentum scanner. So if you like this one exactly the way it is, in other words, you like it just as it is. When I say it like that, like the price range and everything else about it, you can of course have this one, and you can add it to you can make it part of your layout. So you don't have to look at the channel all day long. You can just take a scan outside, and all I have to do is duplicate it into a free floating window. So right now it's in this dock channel. So if you right click, duplicate into free floating window, Shows up on one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating. Now you can do one of two things. You can save it exactly as it is to the cloud, or you can go in and maybe make some changes if you want. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. In that summary, you see how it is now changed. Now you can say okay, and then you can save it to the cloud. So again, two things. If you like it exactly the way we've created it, great. Or you can make some changes and tweak it and then save it to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels. You can look at the different scans we've got and maybe start extracting a few that might that look interesting to you. Then you can bring them back one at a time and create a layout then of scans that you actually haven't had to create from scratch. So we try to make it easy. BIAF is coming right back, guys. BIAF is coming right back. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. I right click, configure. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So we have a lot. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons, real-time alert icons, okay? And if I scroll down enough, these icons are the filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? Well, when the company started, they felt that they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. That's if you want to build your own scans. But again, we've got a lot of scans that are pre-built. Boy, pretty resilient, guys, is BIAF. It was just briefly underneath 3 and then came right back. Well, Zach, I think, is trying to get married. Real, I don't know. I haven't seen the real. I know he took some time off at the end of the year. I just haven't seen him at the beginning of this year. I don't know. So let me talk a little bit about this racing that you see here, because I think if you're new to trading, I think this is going to be a benefit because it gets you to focus just on a few stocks over the course of the day. So what the racing does is this. All races start from a top list window. Okay. Now I'm sharing these two races. So the function of a top list window before we had racing, just get to the properties and the text headers. So in a top list window, the headers you see here are just filters. So for instance, if I wanted to find the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I have it as a header, you just have to double left click. So I can see that BIAF is up 101% from yesterday's close. If I want to see the change from the open, which it's also the one that's moved the most from the open, 67%. Okay. And all the way down. And my filters in here, in this particular case, I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets those requirements, it'll be in this list. So great, maybe nice information to have, but how would I use it to trade? For instance, what if down here is a TNYA, for some reason it's up 7.2% from the open, but what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it moved, it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15% from the open, really moving? How would I ever know that? And that's where the racing comes in. So you saw the filters I have between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum shares have to have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If any stock meets those filter requirements, Well, let me back up. I run 4-minute races, okay? Now, some say, well, why four? Why not five? Why not three? Why not 10? I picked four. It's totally customizable. You want to run whatever minute race you want, you can do it. I chose four. So what happens is, so we are about 2 minutes into this 4-minute race. Why do I see DCFC at the top here? Now it's only up 0.87%. Okay, but what that means is since the race started, and here's, this one is only up, it's up 0.9. This race usually produces some pretty big percentage movers. But the bottom line is this: every stock starts off the same position, just like any other race. And then the race starts. Whatever stock is moving the most on a percentage basis will move to the top. Okay, you'll see the stocks that moving the most, you'll see them start to move right up to the top. A little surprising that usually we see 2, 3, 4, 5% in this particular race. But more importantly, I think, is that it automatically creates a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So BIAF, as an example, in the number one position, has won 8 races today, GNS 3, etc. So this gives you a list of stocks to focus on for the day. Hopefully you can see how valuable that is when you're a new trader, because you can get overwhelmed by all the information that's coming at you. So what can happen here is that, okay, something won a race, OTRK, won 3 races. Click on it, see what it's doing now. Okay, now this is where you have to practice trading, and this is where our simulator comes in. You can use our simulator to practice trading. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data. But you start looking at you start looking at different types of setups. So you look at this OTRK as an example, and if you decide you want to become like a VWAP player, and there it is at 105, and it's sitting right on it. So you look at that, go, I wonder, will it bounce off that? So maybe put a price alert a little bit above it, okay, and see if it bounces off the VWAP, and maybe starts to make a move. I mean, I'm not saying this is ideal, but I'm just saying that you can click on these alerts here, and just because a stock hasn't won a race for a while doesn't mean just forget about it. Look at BIAF, classic example. You could have said to yourself, well, I wonder if it's going to hold 3. It went down below 3, and then said, okay, if it breaks over 3 again, maybe I want to take that trade. Or maybe you wanted to wait until if in case it went all the way back down here to the VWAP. Okay, more of a pullback player. All sorts of ways to trade. Okay, there's not one right or wrong way. So if that was your method, then you would have put an alert around the 280, 270 mark. Just put a price alert, and then you just move on. If it triggers it, great. And again, just because something triggers doesn't mean you just immediately take the trade. Of course, you have to see, okay, how is it trade? What's the market doing? Maybe, especially if it's a stock that can be sometimes following what the overall market's doing. This one is not. This one doesn't care. It's your classic alpha stock that's trading on its own. Now, this race might be a little bit easier for people starting off, okay? The reason being is that typically you're not going to look, well, right there, there's a great example. I mean, this is now 7.5, it's moved 7.5% since the race started, BIAF, okay? It's great, but it's also going to be it could be pretty whippy. These ones here are not going to be as volatile. Why? Because I put in a couple of extra filters. I put in a 500 million minimum market cap and a 50 million minimum float. Okay. So consequently, the stocks that you're going to see here in this particular race, they're still good to look at, believe me, but you're just not going to get the big, huge percentage moves. Again, these are very exciting on the way up, not so much on the way down. So if I were new to trading, I probably almost want to focus on these sort of alerts because they're just not as volatile. Look at the BIAF. Oh, brother. Oof. Okay, guys. That's exciting. Now, take a look at the CRDO as an example, okay? So you look at the CRDO, yeah, it's only up 4 cents. It's leading a race. But you look at it, you go, okay. This is it's a great looking. I mean, it's near its lifetime high. And you can start to say to yourself, well, do I wait if it pulls back to 1627, which is the VWAP? Do I wait for something like that? Or do I want to maybe take a look at it if it breaks out over the high of the day? Always looking left to see where it could go. Yeah, I mean it's I almost took this one, Caesar. It's just a little outside of the price range I like. But yeah, the AI is not doing a bad job with this one at all. Yeah, in at 50.92, 52.22, and pretty steadily up. Not too many well, you don't see one red candle. It's okay to have a red candle. You just don't want to have a giant one. And then the next one giant green, which really makes it very difficult to hold on to some of these. Now, yesterday when I connected to the simulator, my system froze. So I'm going to hope it doesn't do that today. Okay, so far so good. So I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading, okay, before you commit money to the market. Now, a couple of things. Right now, races are not available on the web-based version and also Brokerage Plus, this window that we call Brokerage Plus, not available in the web-based version. So you must be using our downloadable application in order to take advantage. Just give me a moment, I'm just trying to find the Brokerage Plus link. All right, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos in that link. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available to you. Okay, if you want to trade those two accounts live. But we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter again where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator to practice trading. So let me just get out of this. Your Brokerage Plus window, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that'll show up. It'll say not connected. And right beside the ask, it'll say not connected. You just click on, we have two options underneath Brokerage Plus in our toolbar. One says live, one says sim. Click on sim. That'll change to account. Click on account. and then simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. So, time is it right now? 11:22. So now what happens for me, and I don't know if it happens for you guys, but when I'm in the simulator, my charts get bogged down a bit. It used to happen, it appears that that's what's happening again. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to get out of the simulator. You know what? I am hung up again. Hmm. Well, that's a bummer. Gotta make sure I am. The reason I get, because now I'm gonna lose this top 10 list. So I'm gonna have to do a task. Same thing as yesterday. Is this happening to you guys also, or is it just, I'm on this development version always, so always kind of the guinea pig. No, I've only got two races anyway. No, it wasn't happening before, so. All right, tell the guys. Okay, guys, so I'll just have to do my end task again. It's not a big deal. It's just the fact that, when you do this, then anything that had happened previous, like alerts or, give me a second while it's loading. So for instance here, there's the BIAF, but I'm missing all the ones that were early, and plus I'm missing the very first time I had the alert for BIAF, as an example. My watch list, for the two races, not, they leave me. So I mean, it's not the end of the world, but obviously not ideal. But I'm always on a development build, and I better tell them what I'm on exactly. 636. Let's try one thing. I'm going to change my connection to the. All right, I'm going to change my server. I want to see if that has any bearing on it. Yeah, that might be it. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to give the devs enough information. Man, oh man. And now this FFIE is now over $1. Wow. Wonder if this is another one. Four, yeah, I have looked at this one, definitely. 447 million in the float. Awesome moves. Some other sites have it like 300 million. Whatever it is a big, big float for a $1 stock. So just to show you how you can do this, I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to go in, I'm going to click the buy button and then send it. And there we are. We're in a trade. That's how easy it is. Now you can manage your trade. If you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes, you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Okay. Hey guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon, which is in about 28 minutes from now. So I see even sumo now is in the AI. Pretty and not terribly exciting right now, but SUMO. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 11:37. I just want to confirm it is Michael. I asked him the question. I'm pretty sure it is him. And the answer is yes. So Michael will be here in about 20 minutes. So what I'm looking for right now, so I click on UMPQ, okay, and I look left on the daily, and what do I see? To me, too much resistance. Okay, so that's why I won't even entertain taking this trade. And the key of a BIAF, as we were talking about it, is getting through three in this little area, 320 or so. Once it cleared that, yeah, I mean, look what happened. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. I don't think I'm muted. I've got my mic is on. So you're talking to me from YouTube, and I don't think I'm muted in YouTube. I just checked. Nope, I'm not muted. I always use the beta. I have no problem using the beta. I've always, every time there's a beta, I use it. Now, it's a little bit different for me. I mean, I'm always on a development version now, but if I were a customer, I would always use the beta. I don't see anything wrong with it. IronNet, wasn't this a lot more expensive before? IRNT? Wasn't this a stock that was, yeah, I remember this. I mean, I remember $7, 57 cents now. I've had two trades today, Mr. Keith. The Saba, a small loss on the Saba, and then I was able to find a way to get into BIAF, and that's it. I don't trade that much anyway. It's not like I trade 10, 20 stocks a day, that's for sure. So, I would say my average is maybe only 4 or 5 stocks a day anyway. So it's just that it took a while to find anything that I really, really liked. I liked the Saba. I thought, okay, showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. News didn't seem to be good, but it's a very tough one, I find. I thought so. I thought it was way up there, IRNT. Okay, all I'm doing now with the BIAF, I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, but been around me enough. I've traded some of this out. I'm just hanging on to see if it can take out four. Close, very, very close, literally to the penny, 3.99. Minute it started to pull back from there, I took some off, and I'm just waiting to see because it's not. I mean, a weekly chart up again because I think, yeah, the next high is 429. So you never know. Did that X finally find a bottom? Yeah, I see. I'm getting a little bit of a lag now on the charts when I'm connected to the simulator. Just a little bit. Yeah, 136 was a heck of a bounce if you can time it. I mean, it's not easy. Bounces and tops are not easy. Probably the most difficult thing if you're new to trading to try to do. Looks wonderful, after the fact. You think, wow, I should have had this at 135. It's at 184 now. That's a like tremendous percentage move. Lots and lots of volume. So highly liquid, no problems getting in and out of the trade after the fact. Okay, guys, I'm just having to watch this BIAF. It's struggling to get through that four. All right, I've taken some more off. I don't have very much left now at all. Okay, I'm not convinced it's going to get through four. Nicely done, Dak. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. All right, well now SATX is coming into the VWAP, guys. Let's see if it takes out the VWAP. VWAP for SATX is 205. So it's sitting at 190, 98 right now. Takes out that VWAP, it could still have another run in it. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just deep in thought. 204. Hey, keep an eye on this SATX. If it really accelerates through that VWAP, see if it goes above the VWAP, maybe pulls back into it a bit and then starts to move off it. The VWAP for SATX is 205. Oh boy, Sava's underneath 28 again or 29 again. Maybe I should reshort it. Kidding. Oh, straight again on his pullback plays. Solo, good for you. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this has got, what's the spread like? Yeah, 1120, 1146. I mean, this has got some serious potential, guys. I mean, this hit, HOLO hit 2261, I think, 2265 in the pre-market before it, plummeted all the way down to 9. But this has got some serious potential. The spread is, yeah, 1122, 1135. To be expected, low float, something that's this volatile. That spread won't matter at all, if it tacks on a couple of dollars. Yeah, I still have a little bit left of the BIAF just in case it takes out 4. And if it takes out 4, I may add back to my position. So guys, a holo now it's 11:35, 11:44. I can't do this because I'm going to be taking a break pretty soon. This is way too. You have to be really sitting and watching this one. Okay, guys. So Sophie, okay, Sophie with an exclamation mark. Okay, how come? What, what's the deal about Sophie, newbie? I thought I was going to see some giant green candle moving higher, but what's the deal about this one? Okay, I guess you're not going to answer. Okay, just checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. I think his luster is no, well, I mean, he can always come back, but he was the king of the SPACs for about a year, Chamath, but whoa, look at the holo. It was 1180 and then 1101, just like that. So hopefully, wow, it got up to what, 12 something, 12:15, and then it just immediately dropped. Hopefully, Poe, you were able to take advantage of that. Other one you just can, well, that's what I was, and look at it right back up now, like right back up. Look at the spread, guys, 1102, 1208. And if you don't believe me, here we go. 1105, 12, okay? Untradeable right now. Just talking about CRDO, when I was showing this large cap gainers from the open percent, I was talking about that right around here, and it's had a nice little 40-cent move. It's strong stock, 85% on the stock composite rating. I don't talk about the stock composite rating that often, but anything over 80 is pretty good. That stock composite rating is the higher that number, it means that the fundamentals and the technicals are pretty good combination. If you'll notice that the swing picks that Michael or that get sent out Mondays or Sunday nights, I guess, the five, you'll probably see most of the stock composite ratings are very high. Yeah, that spread widened and that spread got crazy for Holo. I mean, it's 34.65 now. I mean, that's still bad, but better than 11.12. What is that surrounded by the green border top middle? Free game TV. Are you talking about the racing? Are you talking about the stocks that are moving up and down? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Free game TV, can you hear me? You're talking about okay, this is stop racing. So quickly, I'll be taking a break pretty soon, but quickly, what this means is any stock, I'm running 4-minute races, okay? So I am 3 minutes into this 4-minute race. Why you see this stock at the top, or you'll see shuffling for position or jockeying for position. The stock that has moved the most percentage wise will always be at the top here, okay? And then the one that's moved the second most, etc. Okay, and as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, has at least 200,000 shares. I think that's Michael. I think you're just showing up, right, Michael?
That's me.
Okay, let me. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, Michael. I want to do my announcement and I'll complete my discussion with Free Game TV. Okay, guys, I'm on mute or on a break. Caught me by surprise here, Michael.
I'm early. I'm excited.
Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute in the two rooms. Okay, now I can only hear you. Yes, it comes with a basic membership free game. You have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. Okay, that's the only caveat. Okay. And again, in a nutshell, any stock is in this race here, if it's between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, up 2% from the close. Any stock meeting those filter requirements that is moving the most since the race started, you will see at the top, okay? And again, over the course of the 4 minutes, you'll see, just like any other race in the world, you'll see stocks moving up and down. And at the very end, there's a winner declared, and a top 10 list of winners is created for you automatically over the course of the day. Normally, I'd have a top 10 list right now, but I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, so I lost the original top 10 list that I had. But it does come with the basic membership as long as, okay? And this race over here, the second race you see, variation because I put in a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum 50 million float. And so you're not going to see here typically stocks with the tremendous percentage moves. But if I were a new trader, I'd probably concentrate more on this second race, the large cap gainers from the open, because less volatile. Still really good looks though, okay? But it's just not going to be quite as volatile. And Michael, how are you?
Oh, I'm going well. How much did
Oh,
everyone freak out this morning with the
yeah,
somebody
no kidding.
fat fingered
I
something on the NYSE?
can you explain, do you understand exactly what happened? I mean, I don't quite understand exactly what happened, other than the fact that we had all these crazy prints causing the halts and resumes, and they were truly halted.
So this is still speculation, but I got it from a trader that I very much respect who
Obviously not me.
uh a fellow Canadian though. But
Oh, okay.
basically what this trader does is he does overnight kind of arbitrage trading, right? So looks for things that are, long, short, things that are getting a bit wacky one way or the other overnight, and then he exits on market open orders, right?
That's
So,
not Dennis, is it?
yep, Triple D.
Oh, okay.
So he had
Yeah.
a pretty good a tweet thread where he has, so we'll put out, 100 orders plus in the morning, just to
Oh,
make sure that everything, is getting filled, and they're market on open orders. So it's like, give me the opening price, whatever it is. And none of them filled. So it looks like there was no trades that actually took place on any of those stocks at all. But for some reason, there was a glitch in the NYSE system, and they think that it did. So I don't know, McDonald's, for example, they thought that, on the open, it actually hit 236, and then
mhm.
also it hit 300. So that's what caused the halt, is that these bad ticks, it really didn't do anything. None of these trades actually occurred, and there was no trading in the middle of them at all. But they triggered all these halts because the volatility system said, oh well, McDonald's went from $230 to nearly
Right,
$300,
right.
even though it didn't. The problem I think we're going to have at Trade Ideas is that we have algorithms in place to filter out bad prints, but not when they come directly from the New York Stock Exchange
Yeah, yeah,
as legitimate prints. So
yeah.
I think we'll probably talk about it in the marketing meeting, because me as a technician, this would just trigger me if we left these. But yeah, it seems like nothing happened. There was no orders that got triggered. It was a non-event, but it certainly scared the
Mhm.
hell out of everybody, because especially I know you have been around long enough to see both of the flash crashes, and so have I.
Yes,
So
yes.
I think, and even in our little Slack room with all the traders, that was the kind of the first
Yeah.
holy crap, are we having another flash crash? Because and I can rant about that when you're gone, for people who weren't
Mhm.
there for that, but that was an incredibly terrifying moment, and I think everyone just got a little bit nervous of that again. So
Yeah, I mean, if you, yeah, I was trading in those days, and yeah, no bid. I mean, a stock would
yeah,
go to zero, literally almost to zero. No bid, no nothing. You go,
and
what
then
the?
and then close at the sometimes close right at the high of the day again.
Hmm. Hmm.
So right, it just absolute nonsense. So I think that's what a lot of people think happened, but it seems like these are just absolute fictitious driven by error prints, which I don't know if that's more or less scary or whatever. But my worry is that, we're a bit of a quant shop here. Everything that's every indicator and every um, every filter and everything that uses the high and the low of the day
I was
is going
just
to
going to say
be
that.
is going to be off until
It's going
we
to be off. You
figure it
like
out.
McDonald's would not trigger, for instance, unless it got up. If you're looking for a new high for McDonald's, it won't trigger until 301 or so.
Exactly.
So,
And yeah, the issue is this came right from the source, right? So it's kind
mhm,
of like, you're getting your data from Google, and then, Google's wrong. It's like, okay,
yeah.
well, we got to figure out a way to clean their data, but it's not like, this came from some weird third party or something. This came right from the New York Stock Exchange.
So, Michael, to switch subjects here, talk a little bit about the Market Explorer. And you said this morning that looks like you're going to be able to get back right into it again, and it won't crash our system.
Yes, it looks like now that we've done the AWS switch and Dave's recovered a little bit from sleeping under his desk for weeks, that I have access now to play. And some of the errors that are going on now, I had a long chat with them last night into the wee hours of the night, so they're going to be addressed fairly soon. And
Okay.
I have the ability to start playing again. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start building. So,
So,
uh,
Michael, I asked you a question yesterday, and is this one of the errors? Because I think it was something, it was a scan that was going into a daily resistance or something to that effect. And when I looked at some of them had like volumes of 11,000 shares and things like that. Is that one of the errors? Because I know that you would have a minimum volume and it would not
yes,
be
there should be
10,000
minimum
shares.
average volume of everything, certainly.
Okay.
Another thing was that there's symbols that might be in that shouldn't be in there anymore. So for example, the bull flag scanner, I know there's some of these things that have already broken out from their bull flags
Hmm.
and they weren't getting removed.
Oh, I
So,
see. Okay.
but
Gotcha.
yeah, there are some of these that have volumes that are way too low, so that will be corrected as well. But yeah, it's supposed to respect an average volume of, I think, 250,000 plus shares. So,
Okay,
um,
good.
you know,
The other thing we talked about this a long time ago. I think it would be really, really good, even for somebody like myself, if you organize it into day trading and swing trading. And then within day trading, all the scans, you can then have obviously subsections within day trading and then swing trading. So that, somebody like myself can take a look at your scans, like, okay, these are the ones for day trading, specifically designed for day trading. And
yes, and that's something that's being worked on as well. What we can't do, right? Because we have these. Actually, I have to duplicate this. I think because I switched servers. Um, I had so we have these columns or these settings. I'll switch over to my screen for the stream there, but yeah, we have these settings and subsettings now. The way we could do it right now is build duplicate copies of all the scans and just make another thing on the bottom that says day trading and swing trading.
mhm,
The issue with that is that causes double the amount of server
right,
load. So we're just
right.
waiting for one of the devs to go in and be able to make it so that I can be in the back end and I can say I want this scan to exist here and here. Because for example, the strat, there's some things in the strat that are just normal candlestick patterns.
Mhm.
So I would like them to be able to exist in the candlestick pattern subheading and the strat subheading at the same time.
Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha.
But that will exist where basically, if you want to go, because right now we have it sorted by indicator and thing like that. So this will exist as well, but then there'll probably be something on the bottom that will make a different color, and we'll just say all day trading or all swing trading algorithms, and
Good.
just kind of sort them out.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I'll let you go. I'll take off now. And now, 1 o'clock, Michael, or do you have to leave early?
Nope, normal time's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay. Talk to you in about an hour or less
All
than an
right,
hour
see you
now.
then.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. So quickly, now that the teacher's gone, um, essentially what we do each and every week is we open up the room, or each and every day, we open up the room to live trading, live swing trading, just kind of chatting about whatever. The main purpose of this is for support. So if anyone has any questions about trade ideas, or they're stuck on anything or anything like that, certainly ask away. And I'll be probably ranting for most of the hour as I do, but we will stop anytime people have questions. And again, we always encourage questions, mainly because we want to make sure it's open for questions, so we don't kind of pre-prepare anything. We just come in and hang out, and kind of see what's going on, and if people have questions, great, and if not, we just ramble on about stuff. So please feel free to ask away in the room there. I have the chat open to any questions you may have. But first one I see, and this is just kind of a continuation from what me and Barry were talking about, but what is a flash crash? So let me see if I can find the initial flash crash chart. So this actually happened in flash crash 2010. This is how old I've been trading. In which, and there's a really cool internet video of a Squawk Box guy that we had up screaming about it. But so this was an intraday chart for the S&P 500. And just so you know how crazy it is, if the SPY is down 2 or 3% in a day, that's when CNBC will put on the end of the world, markets in turmoil craziness. And you can see between 2 and let's say 2:45, the market had crashed 10%. And then by the end of the day, it had basically recovered most of that, and it had like a negative, I think, 3% day. And this is actually, if you're ever upset because you're in a stock that gets a volatility halt, this was the event that caused the volatility halt rules to be implemented and put in place. Because what happened was, kind of, I think, right in this area right here, somebody hit the wrong button and basically looked to sell, I forget the numbers, but 100,000 contracts as opposed to 1,000 contracts of the S&P 500. Again, legitimate, just put in a couple extra zeros and hit enter. What that did, though, is that causes this down spike, and then all of the HFT algorithms, all of the trading algorithms in generally have something programmed into them that says, on a catastrophic move, on a move of, and I even have this built into some of the algorithms I trade, but on a large move that happens really, really quickly, just cancel all orders, right? Just, sell everything, cancel all orders. The reason for it is, God forbid, some sort of terrorist attack, or, some sort of event that would cause the market to tank that much. The idea is the algorithms just basically say, get me out, and cancel all orders. And at the same time, none of the day traders who are scalping, which, one service we provide to the market is we provide liquidity as active traders. None of those people are going to do anything either, because the market's just an absolute free fall. You have to be a crazy person to try to step in front of that. So what happens is you got this moment where there was no bids and no offers there was like no bids at all. There was no offers at all. All that was happening was the market was just selling down, and there was nobody there to try to step in. Now, what happened later when it got to kind of this area, by then a lot of the traders had confirmed, there was no terrorist attack, there was no nuclear bomb dropped, there was, the president at the time didn't get assassinated, there was no insane event, and this looked like it was some sort of abnormal, pip, a blip in the radar. And then you had a bunch of traders coming in and buying aggressively and saying, well, I don't know why the SPY is down 10% today, but if there is no, terrorist event or anything like that, well, then it's likely a buying opportunity. And again, it got closed pretty well. But what happened is, all of the other stocks had a move like that as well, because the S&P 500 is the SPY is just a basket of 500 stocks. So all of these stocks in the market, you had stocks that were down 30, 40, 50%, and then recovered fine. And, imagine you're a swing trader and you put out your stop loss, or even you're a day trader and you get up and you go for a walk or something and you have a stop loss out, and then you get triggered down 20% on your trade, and then the market basically closes just down a little bit. So that was, and we had another one a little bit after that, but that's basically what the flash crash was. It's just this moment in which all of the systems just shut down, and basically they said, no, I'm not going to trade at all. So what this ended up doing is this ended up creating a the rationale and the reasons for looking for these halt rules, right? Basically, and if you haven't been caught in a halt or seen them halt, basically just saying if a stock moves more than X% in X period of time, then just turn it off for 5 minutes, right? Let everybody breathe. The idea being, in this scenario, when the market had kind of just done this, it would have just halted right here. And it would have halted for 5 minutes, and everyone could have, looked around and said, what's going on? Okay, there's nothing going on. Oh, look, there was a large print that went through. It looks like some guy hit a button wrong. And then it probably would have never done this, right? It would have opened up in this area and probably started to move higher right off that. That panic wouldn't have happened. So that's what the flash crash was. And it was a moment where a lot of regulators and a lot of people kind of stood up and said, okay, we need to figure out something, right? We need to figure out a way in which we can turn the market off so that, people don't just get absolutely kind of obliterated on the way down for something that was just an error that took place. So this morning, if we go back to MCD, and let's just zoom into a, I don't know, 2-minute chart. So this morning, when this thing printed, what the opening price was right here, and then this happened, and it just halted. That's what me and Barry were talking about, with everybody just kind of got really scared again and said, "Oh crap! Right? Is this occurring?" If you had been there for that trading event, thankfully I just kind of stood back and didn't do anything. And I remember I was trading then, but I was just in cash, just watching it occur. But there's a lot of people that had a real bad time. So that was a flash crash, and that's what this morning everyone was worried again. But it doesn't look like it was anything bad at all. It was just an errant tick that came through the market that nothing actually traded there. The biggest question is, okay, what do we do now when it comes to cleaning up the charts and the data? Day trading window in the Market Explorer. There's lots of day trading windows in the Market Explorer. The problem is they're just kind of segregated right now in a way that makes sense, but I see the rationale for wanting them combined. So right? First, when you're looking at the Market Explorer, you just got to figure out what it is you want to trade. The right now it's split out by, whether it's an indicator, whether it's support and resistance, or whether it's a pattern recognition like a bear flag and a bull flag. The So first you just have to go from there, and then usually, so if we go into support and resistance, you can see noted by 1 minute charts or daily charts or something like that as well. But yeah, so first you just got to say this is what I want to do, and then these are the scans that I'm looking for, and kind of go from there. But yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to just create two other headers for all of the day trade and all of the swing trade kind of strategies, right? So besides that, the market seems to really not care. So, oh, that's cool. I'm just in the Slack channel. Our Chris Varley passed his level 1 of his CMT. So when you see him on here next, congratulate him. So 2 more levels to go, and then he just needs to get sponsored. And then he's a CMT. And of course, I'll sponsor him as a. How long does it take to become a CMT? For those who don't know, CMT is just Chartered Market Technician. I always describe it as the CFA, which a lot of people know, but CFA studies a company's fundamentals, and a CMT just studies the charts and the statistical analysis and all that kind of stuff. So, um, the it takes at minimum, I think, 2 years. Most people do it in 2.5 to 3. So there's 3 tests. In theory, you can do, I think, 6 months between the first 2 and then a year for the third. And then you need to be sponsored by 3 existing CMTs, and that's mainly to make sure they don't let in, uh, people who don't add anything to the technical analysis community, or scammers or stuff like that. But Chris obviously won't have a problem with that. I'll write a letter of recommendation as someone who's been a CMT for a number of years now, and it'll be fine. So again, next time you see him come through, congratulate him. So yeah, it's a long process, but what it does is it's one of those things where anyone can go online and just post a chart and draw a bunch of lines on it. So the CMT just kind of gives accreditation to say, okay, this person actually has spent a number of years and has impressed some people who are also have been doing this for a number of years. Uh, to have an understanding of kind of what they're doing and that type of thing, right? So it's just a wink and a nod to say, okay, yeah, you know what's up, right? Um, there's the beauty of it, if you're interested in taking it. The thing I loved about taking my CMT is that it pulls you out of your comfort zone. Like there's a lot of stuff that I learned in the CMT that I'll never use. Cycle analysis I was never interested in, and things like that. There's a lot of indicators that I don't think really provide any value. But the benefit of it is that you're at least exposed to these things so that you can kind of expand your thinking. Even if you're a trader and you're a successful trader, so you're like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I have this system that I trade and I'm successful with it. It kind of pulls you away from that and says, okay, well, look at this and look at that and look at the other thing. And sometimes that kind of wide breadth of study is exactly what you need in order to kind of push through a barrier, take the next step. So TI strength, for example, which if there is anyone who's new or doesn't know, is just an algorithm for relative strength. So essentially is just going to show off stocks that are outperforming the overall market, and based off a series of proprietary indicators that we kind of built up. And then I've back tested it, and it, as a swing trading system and as a swing trading companion, it beats the market pretty handily. With the market being down like 20 some odd percent last year, this thing irked out a 5% profit, which, beating the market by 30% is amazing for a long only swing system. And this was, again, assuming that you applied no discretion at all and just kind of follow the system robotically. And both the idea for relative strength and the idea of building the system in the way I did came from things that I had learned in the CMT. Yeah, it's a very interesting experience. If you're interested in a career in technical analysis, I say it's an absolute must. Even if you're not and you're looking for something to kind of expand your trading horizons, I say it's a good idea as well. It is mainly meant for that career aspect, right? To make sure that uh, there is uh, they do a lot to kind of increase the respect, I guess, of technical analysis and the overall investment community. So, there's a lot done with uh, Ralph Alcampora, the creator, actually went to the U.S. Congress and argued that it should be on the same kind of parallel as the CFA. There's more and more mutual funds and hedge funds and investment advisors and stuff like that that are looking for and are interested in technical analysis on top of the fundamental stuff they do. So again, it really, really helps out. So yeah. So that being said, now that we're talking about the TI strength, let's see what's actually in there today. So any of these things, I can't filter them out yet. I try to do it by volume, but these are acquisition corps. So anytime you see something that's just chopping around 10 or moving very slowly around 10 like this, just know this is one of those SPACs that are going to de-SPACs and just kind of ignore them. But again, one thing to focus on is how well whatever instrument you're looking at is outperforming the market. The idea behind relative strength, and this has been widely studied, is that things that outperform the market generally will continue to outperform the market, and things that underperform the market will generally continue the other will underperform the market as well, right? So this is again, there's been many studies done of what would happen if I just bought 52-week highs and shorted 52-week lows, and we kind of see what's going on. So um understanding that no system is perfect, and right, you have to manage every trade separately and all that kind of stuff. um the What this does is it just kind of gives you, hey, these are all the things right now that are based off our proprietary kind of indicator set that I built. These are things that are outperforming the market at the time, right? Even if it's just for a shorter period. And the idea being, if you can find some sort of reason that you like from a technical standpoint to participate in them, well, at the very least, you're doing a good job of aligning relative strength, a statistical advantage on your side. So I will, generally speaking, scan through like the top few hundred of these a night, where this is where I would say most of my swing trading ideas come from. So it doesn't mean you just blindly take something, right? You have to have your own strategy and style, of course. If you don't, then please don't trade real money. But it's just to say, hey, all of these things have a chance of outperforming the market in the long run, or over the next little bit, generally next few weeks. So yeah, so CBay, you can see when I brought this up, I already had this drawn out because this had been on this for a while. So I actually own some of this guy right in here. I actually bought some of this back here as it broke out of this base because it was in this scanner as well. I would love to say I held it, the whole thing for a double, but I didn't, right? As this thing was rallying, I was just selling in parts, and as it congested here, I just got out. But when it made a little base and it broke out, I took some more. And you can see it just continuing to work, and I'll stick with it as long as it works, and when it doesn't, it'll be time to go. So if you're interested in swing trading, I would say this is a good place to focus on. Um, because you just know that everything here is going to have some advantage over the market. So I would just use it as a list to kind of filter in and say, okay, what is it that I am interested in um, going forward? So, for example, this one here is something I actually have on watch list. I should have set. Oh, it's because I want to keep swapping back and forth for servers. Let's put that on. Um, it's create price alert. If you didn't know, you can just right click on the chart. You can create price alert, and you can hit save, and boom, there it is. So the idea is, right, this thing has been doing much better than the overall market since about November. When the market pulled back, it pulled back less. When the market pushed up, it pushed up way more. And then I look at it and I just use, my basic kind of technical eye and say, okay, well, we broke out of this area. We pulled back, we held it perfectly, and now it looks like we're kind of starting to grind higher. So if we can kind of break above this base, I'll pick some up. I'll be wrong if it comes back in this area. So I'm risking this. So what are the odds that I can get double that? And that doesn't seem like it's very unreasonable to achieve. So that'll be a trade I'll be interested in getting. So it's just really helped me out, just narrowing down what it is that what I want to focus on. Can I share this? Sure. I can give you this whole layout. Now I'll give you the whole layout, but this guy here won't work. So you'll have to replace that with something. And that's just because there's some things here that aren't important. Yeah, get rid of that. That's something I was playing with that I didn't like. Yeah, and these are the current 5 names from the algorithm. So we go file, save, and share to cloud. There you go. So yeah, so this is again a kind of my pride and joy when it comes to algorithm, to look for Again, because I just always want to be in the stuff that's beating the market. There's people out there who always want to buy the shit thing, right? They think, oh, I'm going to buy this bankrupt video game company that has no reason to exist and maybe it'll go up, or this bike with an iPad taped to it. That's a really good investment. And they're the whole buy low, sell high thing, right? And this is, in my opinion, buy low, sell high has been, the worst thing that kind of Wall Street or wherever the saying came from has ever really done, because it gives people this false perception of the way to trade and the way to invest is to look for the stock that is doing the worst and then to buy that. And then maybe you'll get some sort of reversal or revision to the mean on it. My philosophy is I want to buy the stuff that's doing the best, because I don't really need to know why it's doing the best. Yeah, buy high, sell higher. That's what momentum trading or relative strength trading essentially consists of, is that I don't need to know, nor do I care, what caused this thing to go from $10 to $20. I just know that that was something good happened to the company. And again, the person, you wouldn't have been able to act on it even if you knew, because by the time you knew, it was probably right here anyway. So it's just one of those things that now I just say, okay, this thing's outperforming the market recently. It's very, very strong. It's kind of the definition of a strong stock. It's got a pretty clear resistance area right here. So if it can get through that, maybe close even where it is right now, might be something I'll look to buy, and then put a stop just under the last swing low. So then there's my risk. I calculate how many shares to buy based off that risk. And then if I can get double that, if I think that's a achievable thing, then I'll go from there. And that's all there is to it. So actually, let me just put an alert. I love these price alerts. If you're not using them, right, you should really start. Just right click on the chart. You can fill out the little box that pops up, and you can see it just kind of creates an interesting. I don't know. Oh, that's something I put because I was doing a demo. Let's get rid of that. I don't want to buy that. But this THRX, for example, right? Real strong stock, pulled back. I put a stop over this kind of doji candles high. I actually got triggered into some of this today, pushed up, and away we go from there, right? What moving average does price need to? Not sure what you're after there, Tyler. Just maybe try rewording that a bit. For me, I don't use moving averages. I don't really think, unless you have a system around moving averages, I don't really think moving averages provide any value. They're lagging indicators. Sometimes I'll use them for trailing stops. Some people will use them for stuff like that. But for me, I just look at that and say, well, that's a lagging indicator that's always going to be behind price. The COTY, I actually had this one on watch, but it looks like I may have missed it, breaking out a little bit too high. Maybe I'll pick someone as well. We'll see. We'll see how high it is, but it's breaking out of that base. So if it closes up here, I might pick some of this up. You can see when it kind of beat the market as well. What moving average does a stock need to be above to be relatively strong? Now, so relatively strong just means strong relative to something else, right? So this is strong relative to the market. There are some moving averages in the calculations. We obviously can't give you the whole calculation of the system, but just know it's not that simple. Moving average systems are something that existed a while ago that people could make money off of, but I'm not big on that kind of stuff. If you have something and you've tested it and it works, then that's phenomenal. If not, then I don't know. I wouldn't worry too much about it. ASO is one that's always been interesting to me. 31% short float on this one. I've taken a couple trades on this throughout the last year or so. It's getting really kind of tight here. I like that it broke out of this $50 area and kind of pulled back to it. So no, again, there is no moving average that causes relative strength. So that's why I can't give an answer. It's just not. It's apples and oranges. It's right. I could say the 87 millionth moving average, and it would just be wrong. Relative strength just means strong relative to other things, right? So it's the whole, the theory of relativity from Einstein. If you're running 10 kilometers an hour and the guy next to you is running 15 kilometers an hour, he's running relative to you 5 kilometers an hour faster, right? So when I say relatively strong, I mean, right, this is what the market did, and then this is what the individual stock did. So relative to this market, the stock is doing much better. So there is no magic moving average that makes all this great, right? Why can't I tell you the entire indicator or I can't tell you the entire code and all the indicators and everything we used off our proprietary system, or then it wouldn't be proprietary, right? You could just take it and build it in another system or something, right? It's like going into a restaurant and saying, hey, I want you to teach me exactly how you make this dish. So then I don't need to ever come here again, and I can go home and make the dish for you. Make the dish myself, right? Right. So that's the same as our AI and a lot of our other scans. Is we're not gonna divulge the secret sauce, our intellectual property, to anyone kind of out there on the internet. So it just gets out, and our competitors and things like that could be able to build the same system. ENTB is another interesting one. This is actually one of the. I don't like this symbol plus thing. Forget how to turn it off. Let's move this. I'll just do it like that. Yeah, ENTB is one of the ones. So it may have triggered, because it would be what, Friday's high, that'd be Monday's high, and that'd be today's high. So it may have technically triggered, but I do like the look of this one for the longer term chart. You can see over the last, right, as the market's been kind of selling off, this has been pushing back up. So showing again that relative change. And now it's just kind of consolidating sideways here. So if it's holds, right, $10 is an obvious you're wrong. So maybe if it gets over this range. So again, very simple. You can just right click, create price alert for, and save. So now the system will just tell me if it gets up in this area. I don't need to keep it on chart. It's really, it's one of those things. It's not an insanely advanced feature just to have a a price alert, right? A lot of your brokers will have it. Different charting platforms will have it as well. But what we really enjoy and what we really like doing it is that just kind of cuts out it kind of cuts out all the BS, right? I don't need to have 1,000 monitors with different charts up and, like a wall of screens like you see some people use and all that kind of stuff. All I have to do is say, set my alerts. You can actually open up if you want to look at them. And you can see here's the only alert that triggered today was THRX. So that's the only thing I had to do today. And the rest of them, I just kind of sit here and do other stuff. And when this goes through, you can select actions. You can have it play a little beep or actually read the ticker for you if you'd like. And then just go about your day, right? And it will just go, hey, take a look at blah, 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 blah. So the other thing that I use this system for is a lot of themes, like a lot of things we've been going through, and you can see by the price alerts that I've set. ENTB is pharmaceutical preparation. Um, RNA is pharmaceutical preparation. ICVX is biological product, right? There's a lot of pharmas and biotechs in this. So uh, it kind of shows you that that might be, even if you don't like these individual names, but when you can find things like that, you may go, okay, well, maybe there's going to be something in that sector that I want to take a look at, as opposed to just trying to figure out, the individual trade to make. Maybe the idea is, okay, let's just look through it and say, okay, what sector is that interesting? So if you're someone who trades ETFs or something like that, it's still a worthwhile tool, because now that I'm seeing this many pharmaceutical things, I might go look at XBI, which is the biotech sector. And you can see I've noted this zone right here. But if we go back, you can look at how we've been bouncing off these lows. And then we put in this really tight consolidation for a period of time. And then it's pushing out like that. So, right, it may just mean that we are in for a breakout. If all these names are really outperforming the market, might be time for an XBI breakout. So if you want to trade the idea, but not necessarily trade the individual name, well, that might be your ticket right there, right? You may end up just saying, okay, let me just look at the themes and then go from there. Is there a way to compress the timeline on the charts? Yeah, you just hold your control button and then use your mouse wheel. That's how you zoom in and out on charts. I don't like relying on something I don't understand how it's generating ideas. That's fine, Tyler. Just find a different system to use in the thing, something that you built yourself that you fully understand. Right? You don't have to, right? Simple concept. Again, the concept is relative strength. But if you don't trust the names it's coming from it, again, I don't suggest anybody ever just blindly follow stuff. That's why you see me click through them, and I'm only taking the ones that I like on the chart. So always do your own research. But yeah, we're not going to give away the code behind how we built it. So if you can't just click through it and say these are charts that I either like or don't like, then just use whatever scan you have that produces trades that you either like or don't like. That's why, again, I mentioned, even as an algorithm, you just want to say, hey, I want to go through it, and I want to either be interested in these charts based off of the patterns that I have in my written and tested trading plan, or I don't. Box is another one that you can see I have a level set here for these price alerts. So this is what I get. I'm always bouncing around with different servers, building stuff. But yeah, Box has been my arch nemesis for a while. It's really not a clean trader, but it's been messing around with these highs for a long time. So if it can get over that, that's something that I'm interested as well, right? Oh, no worries. I'm glad that worked for you for the Zoom in and out. Yeah, we are upgrading all of the charts soon. That should be interesting. I think we're going to have an internal test build anytime now, which they're going to be a little more fluid. They're kind of part of the overhaul that we're doing at Trade Ideas, where they're going to be just an entirely new charting package, hopefully better drawing tools, things like that. And that'll be coming out really soon. But I think the zooming will be the same, where it's just hold the control button and then in and out on your mouse. I find the trackpad a little bit flaky too, so I use a mouse, because then you get each click on the mouse when on the wheel is just a different zoom level. Can you share that chart with us? Where can I see stock versus 5-day SMA. So to add, again, if you just scroll up, and I can copy it here, but I already shared this entire layout. So you just scroll up a little bit, Peter, you can see that one there as well. Yeah, I can. There's a couple people requesting. Maybe, I don't know, maybe YouTube chat shuts off after a second, but I'll save this again. And it's right here. There's all the charts. But now how to add a moving average, because you're asking for a 5-period moving average. It's just this button right here. You can either click on that guy, or if you'd rather, you can right click anywhere in the chart and go down to indicators. And it'll open up, either one of those will open up this box right here. And then if you wanted a moving average, you go down to moving average, right? And then you can select your color and you can select your periods. So you said 5 periods. So you just scroll down to 5 and click add. And there's, you can see on the chart there's your 5-period moving average. Again, I'm not a moving average guy myself. I'm not really interested in that. I just want the relative strength, and I want the chart pattern. Those are just my ways to trade, right? So that's what this chart on the bottom is. Again, just for anyone who joined a little bit late, this purple line is the S&P 500, and then this I don't know, dark blue, whatever the color is, line is whatever I'm looking at up here. So I can quickly just glance and say, okay, well, this stock's going like this, and that stock's going like that. So it's relatively strong, which is, one big check. And then from there, I just need to go and make sure it has something that has a chart pattern to it. So, right, Kaba, this has been an awesome one. I was in this one right here. Right, just a simple, nice, strong stocks. I call it a bull flag breakout. The thing just rocketed. Again, I'd love to sit here and rent a Lamborghini and brag and say that I held it all the way up, but I'm selling in little bits as it goes. So this is on the list. To me, this is a little bit overextended, so I don't think I'd be interested in it. Plus, it's getting a little bit sloppy up here at the top. And often you'll notice things get really tight and concise on breakouts, and then when top occurs, things get sloppy. But again, just it's going to find you, and you can just prove that to yourself just by looking in here. It's going to find you things that are just doing well compared to what the market's doing. So DKS sticks. This is holding up well. This $120 area is kind of interesting to me. Had a lot of resistance there right here, broke out of it, came back to it, tested it, and starting to push off. So I don't see really a pattern to trade yet, but if we consolidate here for a bit and then start to move higher, I think this is one. Same with Mayan. I tweeted about this today. I was on a Twitter Spaces as well. Monster, I picked some up today. I've been watching this one for the longest time. You can see for years now, it's been battling this $100 area. Broke that, came back down to test it, and now it's holding underneath that. So when one of my favorite setups is just when a stock breaks an area, nice clean breakout, and then it just comes back down to that area and it holds. It's very simple, but just it's called polarity technical analysis if you want to look it up. But basically, just the people who missed the breakout, when it comes back down to that area, are they very eager to buy? Right? If they're like, oh, I should buy, they have it somewhere, I should buy Monster at $100, but then the thing just breaks out and it goes to 104. They're like, this is kind of a slow moving stock. I don't think I'm going to chase it up 4%. That's fine. Maybe I'll just set an alert and let it go. Then they see it back at $100. Does the market buy it there? And so far, every time it's kind of broken under $100 here, you can see there's some very interesting buying pressure, right? Every time it breaks $100. So that kind of got it on watch for me. And then as it started to break out here today, I picked some up. Again, this is not, it's Monster. It's an energy drink company. They're not going to do anything that's going to make their price triple or or anything like that, right? I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and Monster Energy's $300 a share because I don't know, they invented a better energy drink. But uh, for a nice kind of slow mover, which your portfolio should have some nice chill guys in it, this is one that's kind of interesting to me. Right? Could this thing, I'm at like 102, and I'm risking a little bit under 100, so I'm risking roughly 2%. So could I make 4%? If so, then that's a trade I'm going to take. Right? That's the very simple way I look at it is what's my risk? Do I think it's a potential that I could get double that risk? If so, that's a trade I want to take. It's all just about calculated bets. And this EDU compared to the SPY, it's just been a monster. This one's been on the list off and on for a very long time. It was, in through here, I know on this breakout, and then even further back. The beauty of relative strength is, again, it doesn't know that China is strong, and it doesn't know that the lockdowns are abating and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't need to know. What it knows is this stuff's being bought, right? So, do I get tired of trading? No, I love this stuff. Trading obviously gets frustrating sometimes, but I also do way slower trading than a lot of the other people here, right? I never get, I'm mainly a swing trader. I do some day trading. I have some strategies that run for day trading. I do some Forex trading, and when crypto's moving, I'll trade a bit of that as well. But I try to stick to the longer term time frames, and I think that keeps things more interesting to me.
Boring.
Because I don't need
At least you
to,
didn't call me a scalper.
I was about to say, I don't need to sit staring at a screen and scalping all day like Barry. I get to, I do most of my work in the morning before the market opens, or I do it after the market closes, just because I want to make sure that I can, I do it when the lights are off, right? And I can set my alerts, I can set my orders, I can just kind of, I can let them go. And I don't know, works for me.
And that's the beauty of it, Michael. Whatever works. And, I know you harp about you got to have a trading plan. You got to have a trading plan. And one of the aspects of the trading plan is, like how psychologically, how do you want to trade? Really, it can really boil down to that. Do you want to be a swing trader? Do you want to be a day trader? What sort of patterns seem to work for you? And you'll never know that until you start trying. It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
And you even said that you started out, you were a crazy day trader early on in your life, and for whatever reason, you switched over to swing, and that works for you great.
Yeah, I used to. Yeah, I used to do 250, 300 trades a day at the prop firm, and I was also 18 at the time, so that probably has something to do with it. But and I was also paid commissions every time I placed a trade. So it was just a different kind of world. But yeah, it was one of those when I came back to the game after working in the hedge fund space for 10 years, I thought I was just going to pick up and do the same thing. And yeah, the days that were good, I felt like I was hit by a truck by the end of the day, and it was kind of bad more often than good. And I don't know, it just wasn't, even though I was making money a little bit in the long run, it's you have to look at it and you have to say what kind of existence do I want to lead? And then I think it has more to do with and I've talked about this a few times, a great book called Thinking Fast and Slow, but it's a lot to do with how your brain's wired, right? I don't process things super quick. I think it's why I'm like the king of typos when it comes, because I just like spit out whatever's in my head and hit enter.
Right.
But I do a really good job of strategy development and kind of this slower kind of thinking.
Hmm.
And it's so then you look at that and you say, well, what's my talent? Where's my edge? Right? Am I really good
That's
at
the word I was
processing
looking for.
quickly?
Yeah, your talent, your edge. Yes.
And everyone has something different, right? There's some people out there that can like do math equations super quick on the fly and that kind of thing. But um, yeah, so you got to figure out, and I think that's hugely important because there's a lot of people out there that try to and I've done this too, where you'll see someone who's successful trade and you'll try to emulate them, and that doesn't work if your brain doesn't work the same as them, right? So you need to
Hmm.
then uh, figure out, okay, what works for me. Like, screw what works for that guy. I'm glad it works for him. That's fantastic. Good for you. But emulating that's not going to work for me. So I need to go and try to figure out what works for me.
You want to answer Spinity?
Sure. Oh, we got another one here. How do I use stops? I just they don't work outside of market hours. And just it is what it is. The way I look at gaps, and this is always the question I get when I talk about swing trading, right? Is how do you deal with bad gaps? And there's an old trader adage that risk is managed on order entry, right? If you're worried about the thing gapping and wiping you out, then you're probably taking it too large anyway. And then over the life of my career, I would imagine that the amount of negative gaps against me and the amount of positive gaps for me are probably going to wash out in the long run.
Right. I was just going to say
Um,
that.
yeah. So I'll, and it happens every now and then. I'll be in something, I'll wake up and it's gap down 10-15%. But of course, my whole portfolio is not in it. And, that might be a little bit of a bad day. That's fine. But then sometimes I'll sit down, something will gap up 10-15% for me. And um,
Plus, plus some of the stuff you do, Michael. I mean, the bios obviously can be incredibly risky, and I don't think you're probably swinging too many bios. And you are swinging, and you're not also swinging through earnings. I don't think
right.
anyway.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of a gap on the type of stuff, like a big negative, even positive gap on those types of stuff that you do, probably not that great. The odds are not that. You're just not going to have them. I mean, anything can happen, as we know in the stock market, but
Yep.
I think most of the stuff you do, you're probably somewhat impervious to gaps. I just don't think you're going to have to worry that much.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't happen often, but it will. And then at some point, you go, okay, well, that happened, right? And if a stock gapping 10-20% against you again is really harmful for you, and you're really worried about it, again, I would just say you're probably trading too large, and
Yeah.
it's time to reduce that size. But
Now, can you answer
it,
Spinity?
yes, when I
Then
trade,
I'll let you go.
sure. When I trade, I can feel the up pressure and the down pressure. Is there a numerical indicator? Um, Now it depends on your kind of time frames. Like if you're talking a longer term time frame, the RSI actually measures exactly that. The uh, the up pressure versus the down pressure in the market. That is the exact kind of mathematics that come from this. It's the amount of day trades versus the amount of swing trades. If you're talking an individual stock and you want to see that in real time, that's probably the time and sales. I would say you can get a lot from that. Just the amount of green print versus the red prints. Yeah. So if you're scalping a single stock intraday, you can do that. If you're looking for the entire market intraday, I always like, and I think they're kind of underrated, our compare count window. We can open up this, and this basically just compares the amount of um, stocks that are moving to new highs versus moving to new lows. And I kind of like that it's just kind of printing red and green all day right here. So, if you see a whole flurry of red come through, then there's probably some down going on like that. So But no numerical indicator for a single stock other than price, right? If there's up pressure, then it's going up, and if it's down pressure, there's going down. So if you're looking at price on a short-term time frame, but I would the only
So
thing I can
is
think of
he?
for that is time of sales.
Well, is he looking though for like a numerical, where am I going to get out of the trade? Is that what he's looking for, like a moving average or something like that?
He's
Like you know
talking
how
about
Steve plays,
up
with his 10
versus
SMA
down
on the
pressure.
15. So I
Um,
don't know. I don't know what he means by a numerical indicator. Exactly. I mean, as you know, Steve uses the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. So he'll stay in the trade until that happens. He'll keep staying in the trade. And if it hits that 10 SMA, then he starts thinking, okay, maybe I better exit. I don't know if that's what you mean by a specific. I don't think there's a specific numerical indicator that
no,
I can
the
think
only
of.
way to get the in real time the buyers versus sellers is the tape, right? That's the only way to get everything else would be derived from the tape and be lagging from it.
Hmm.
But again, if the buyers are more aggressive than the sellers, the price is moving up. And if the sellers are more aggressive, then the price is moving down, right? It just has to be the way it is. And then everything else in trading is derived from price. Um, so again, that would be my suggestion, but no, we have no just on a single stock other than the tape is the only thing that would do that, right? It's important to note there's never more buyers than sellers, and there's never more sellers than buyers. I see that that's a common mistake that traders make. For every trade, there's both a buyer and a seller. It's just how aggressive they're being on one side or the other, and that's why people will color their tape, right? For green if the buyers are more aggressive, or red if the sellers are more aggressive. But that and price, I would say, are the two things to look at. But that's too short term kind of thinking for me.
Yeah.
That's more scalping
Well,
stuff
even
that
for
Barry
me, I
does.
mean, I don't, but you're right. I mean, you can color the bars on our volume. So in theory, what I've got is, if it's a big blue bar, it means there's more buyers and sellers in that particular bar. And if it's an orange bar, it's the reverse. I mean, it's really, I don't, I mean, that's pretty simplistic, but that's kind of the way it is.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is everything derives from price, right? That's why the Market Explorer is so powerful. That's why you'll see most technicians generally focus on price, is because A, price is the only thing you can eat, and B, everything is derived by price and the movement of price. All indicators and moving averages and stock races and everything are just showing you changes in price. So uh, I would really, really focus on that. And it sucks that it's not like a nice, clean answer. But if there was a nice, clean answer, then it wouldn't exist in the market. That's how the market works. Is as soon as something gets obvious and there's an indicator that can show you that obvious thing, there's predatory algorithms and all kinds of fun stuff that's trading around it.
All right, Michael, you're put in 8 minutes of overtime. Don't forget to tell Trade Ideas that and your next
I
paycheck.
will
So
quintuple time and a half, I
yeah,
think.
exactly. Okay, I'll take over now. Let me get my screen going.
Cool.
There we
And
are. My screen is up. And we'll see you in about, I guess, 50 minutes.
I will see you then. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, I am now back in all three rooms. Let me get my music going, and then I can resume my duties. Okay, yeah, damn, when I was on my break, what a move. No kidding. Now, somebody asked Poe, you know, was that a trade I don't know. In fact, if Poe you answered, was that a trade ideas alert of some sort? I can tell you that COSM won 4 races. So my guess is that it would have probably, remember these are 15-minute candles. My guess is that probably would have won the first race around 480 something and then just continued to winning races over and over again. And because this was doing nothing, until, well, when I took my break right at noon. That's when it started to run. So what did it go from 479? Wow, all the way up to 690. That's a tremendous move, percentage wise. Now there would have been there would have been other scans that would have picked that up. My guess is that, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. My guess is that it would have picked it up easily here also. Anything that's moving like that on tremendous volume. Okay, I mean, look at that, 15 million traded, 7.5 in the float. So it's traded the float that's basically double. And of course, always the problem, you get an alert on a breakout. Does it necessarily mean that it's going to go from five, to almost seven? Of course not. That's the issue with anything. You just don't know 100%. If we did, then trading would be incredibly easy. Just trade a breakout and put all your money into it, and just take one trade for your life, and that's it. I mean, it's I'm trying to be too funny here, but I mean that is really problem because we get so many questions. I want to see. I miss COSM. Okay, how can I devise a strategy that will catch the next COSM? COSM, and you can see what COSM was doing exactly here. Say at 12:15. The filters that were in place, the values, etc, and you can devise a strategy that will catch that move. Does it necessarily mean that something else is going to do exactly the same thing afterwards? No. But it's always interesting, of course, and maybe to devise a strategy that catches it early. And then, how many times, and that's what a backtester is all about, how many times was there great follow through? Well done, Tank, on that oversold, the money flow index oversold at 1 minute. I don't know. Now, Michael is being given free reign again on the Market Explorer. And I'm surprised it worked as well as it did because some of the data is a little suspect right now. And but good for you. So this is what I'm doing with the BIAF. I am going to. I have an alert. I believe it's set at $4. I'm completely out of this now. See how it kind of held the VWAP, guys? I was jokingly saying, when it was up here at four, well, maybe some of you would wait for it to get down towards the VWAP and see what happened. Well, it got down to that 315 and it popped off it. Does that happen all the time? Of course not. That's the, I mean, that's the whole thing. Does it always happen? Of course not. But you could have said, man, I missed this huge move in BIAF. Well, again, there's the VWAP, put a price alert around it. It would have triggered for sure. And then you would have seen, okay, it looks like it's holding. So you say, okay, I'll take it at 331. And it got up to 374 before it pulled back a little bit. And who knows? I mean, that's why I'm going to stick an alert just over four to see if it takes out four later on in the day. So you'd have to create a strategy that looked at bull flags, okay? Midian. So I mean, I don't have an alert window, and it has to be an alert window. So I don't have anything, I don't have one that would do it, but I mean, the theory being you can backtest anything as long as it is in an alert window form. So you would create your strategy from within your alert window. You need some kind of a trigger, maybe on a bull flag, maybe a new 5 minute high or a 2 minute high. I don't know. You have to have some kind of a trigger, and then you just backtest it. Over how many days you want. Well, not quite. You can backtest 63 trading days, about 3 months. That's the general principle of backtesting that we have. So the idea then would be have an alert window that is constructed to try to catch what looks like bull flags, and then you need a trigger of some sort. And your trigger, obviously, it wouldn't be the new high of the day because you'd be giving too much up probably. So maybe a new 5 minute high. I don't know. I mean, you experiment. So the way our backtester works, it's an event backtester. Okay, so now you can look at specific stocks if you want. Okay, like about you, if you have, you can do it that way. But the way our backtester is set up, I mean, the way most people use it, it's an event. So you create the event. Here's my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, as an example, that's my event. I have no idea what symbols are going to show up on a daily basis. So my event is this. As long as the stock is between 2 and 35, the current volume is at least 8, minimum 500,000 shares, up 40 cents from the open and above yesterday's or at the high of the 10-day breakout. And then if it makes a new high for the day, that's my event. So I can back test. So I have no idea what stocks are going to appear. So I can back test this and I don't, because if I back tested this, it would probably look terrible. You see, but I don't care. I want to see the alerts. I don't get very many alerts. I can make up my mind by clicking on this on it to see whether or not I want to trade it. But if you had and it doesn't have very many alerts. So you'd want to, if you're going to backtest something, and I'm not a backtester anymore. I mean, I used to do it years and years ago. I don't have time anymore. But you'd want to have something that's going to give you probably at least 150 to 200 alerts over the course of if you're doing it for 3 months. And then it just takes the entire, and it says, okay, what if you took every trade that appeared in that backtester over, say, the last 3 months? What would your equity line look like? Okay, that's what the backtester is all about. So I mean, you can take any sort of alert window that you create. For instance, there's so many. I mean, I used to think that there had to be a way, on a 15-minute opening range breakout or a 30-minute opening range breakout. I used to think that was it. All I had to do was find out the magic formula for trading 15-minute opening range breakouts or 30-minute opening range breakouts. Couldn't do it. Could not find the magic formula. Okay, I would look at things like, okay, how much does it have to be up for the day? I'd play around with that. What would be my minimum volume? How about a relative volume? And you go through the back tester, and maybe I'm just not good enough at it, but I could never find a way in which I could find a good equity curve. And so the back tester actually said to me, kept me out of that, of trying to do something like that. Okay, instead of beating my head against the wall trying to figure out a way to trade those opening 15-minute range breakouts or 30 or whatever the time frame, I just said, you know what? Yeah, are there some that are awesome? Of course. The problem is, which one is that going to be of the 100 that you get? You know. Yeah, you can take. I mean, I'll show you what it looks like. This is part of our premium service. Okay. Um, So here's an alert window. I'm just using this, and you would backtest strategy. You can have a start time, an end time, risk management, stop losses, profit targets. So you could put a profit target in if you want. It's very advanced. I mean, it's all in the guide, okay? And you can take a look at it in the guide. I don't use it anymore. Back testing strategies takes a long time. The problem with it is that what might work today, in 6 days from now, next week, it may not work anymore. When you run your back tester, instead of a nice equity curve that looks like this, all of a sudden it looks all jumpy and maybe even down. So you have to start fiddling around, with how long do I hold the trade? In my entry, when is the best time to enter? What about price ranges? How about minimum volumes? Things like that. I mean, you can get into it in a huge way. Let me just look. I'll just do one, okay? I mean, it's going to look terrible, I'm sure, but it doesn't really matter. Let's say start at 9:35, 5 minutes after the market opens, and I won't take any trades until after 1 o'clock. Just use it. Just do that. Okay. I'm not even going to put any risk management. I'm just going to simulate the buy. It's going to take every single stock. Usually you do this, you don't do this during market hours. This is actually not doing too badly in terms of the time, because, usually you don't do this during market hours because it's only looking at not today's data anyway. Okay, wow, not a bad strategy. So 87 total trades over the 63 days. Okay. This is what the equity curve looks like. Now, this is what I'm talking about, optimization. So you can start looking at, okay, and again, this is an advanced topic. Okay. I don't want people who are new to this thinking, oh my gosh, I could never do that. I don't do it anymore. Okay. It's kind of fun to tinker around with it, but it really is it's not something that you have to do. So, I could look at this and say, okay, is there a price range? Because my price was, I think, between 3 and 50 in that particular strategy. Okay, is there a price range that is delivering better without, as Barry says, without the other Barry, without curve fitting? I mean, you don't want to get it down to, okay, 3 trades were 100% working, and so that's all I'm going to do. So in a certain price range, um, time of day, is there a better time of day to that this would work? Okay. Other filters, I mean, is there a minimum is there, okay, we have our price range. Those are some of the obvious ones. Time of day. And then I mean, is there a better minimum volume that I should be looking at? Because you can go crazy looking at all the different filters. That's what I'm saying. This is not for somebody who doesn't have a lot of time, and also though has the wherewithal, to and the enjoyment, I suppose, to want to try to do this sort of stuff. Okay, but that's how it works, and so then you could I could make a change and then run the simulator again and see how does that change. But again, in this particular one, there were just, my sample size is not great enough. I don't have that many trades. I would want to have at least 200 trades in the alert that is generated. How many trades? See, I only had 87. So anyway, that is something, that you can take a look at. Anybody can take a look at. It is part of the standards. The premium service. What we do is we tease you a little bit. We give you 10 back testers or back tester attempts every time you change something. So if I change something, I run it again. That's another one. So you only have 10. It's just to sort of see if it's anything that a person really wants to do. 10 probably is not enough, but I think that people, who you are out there, okay? Wow, okay, I could really get into this. and that'd be part of the premium service. And then you have an unlimited number of back tests. I don't go over again. I used to do this, when I had a lot more time, but you can spend hours and hours. It's all in the user guide also. So if you clicked on my homepage link, you go to the click here on the education section. Oops, and go to the user guide. And where are we? Backtesting. Okay, so there's a whole section on backtesting, and this is all free right now. I mean, when I say free, you can go to the user guide, so you can take a look at what the user guide talks, how it, I went over it very briefly, but it's all in here. Okay. And Blue Collar, you're absolutely right. And I do appreciate all the stuff that you put in here, okay? Just in case people are thinking, oh man, I should swing this one. I'm not saying, listen, this could turn into the most awesome swing trade in the world, okay? But you got to know what you're getting into. I mean, I personally would never be swinging this sort of thing. I mean, yeah, they put out a press release. We're going to buy back some shares. All right. Market hops on that for a while. The flavor du jour. I mean, that's what it's all about. And then you just move on. Yeah, I'm just reading your comment now, Midian. Yeah, it is pretty user friendly. I mean, it's really not that hard to do a back test. And you can back test something. You can try to back test a swing trading strategy also. So let me just do it again. So end time. Give me a moment. First of all, I only tested that for 30 days. So, but let me just so here are your exits, okay? So you could practice swing trading. So at the market open the next day, the day after tomorrow, at the market close, the day after tomorrow, okay, things like that. You can this is just a slider. So you can practice a swing trading strategy if you wanted to. Okay, but just by adjusting this, you got to either get rid of it at the market open or at the market close. And you don't have to be, I mean, remember now, this has nothing to do with automation. Okay, this is just showing you what would happen if you did this. So, for instance, if you were practicing a swing trading strategy, and you back tested it, and you thought, man, this is working pretty well, and you got into one of them, you don't have to get out, of course, where it got optimized, if that makes sense. I mean, if you wake up the next day and the stock is gapped up, why would you get out, for instance, at the open? Okay, you know what I mean? So you have the control. This is just the way it is You know how a better way to maybe to explain it is the way the AI works. The way the AI works is, yeah, it gets optimized. It has all, I mean, these are just optimized strategies in the AI. That's all they are, and they're optimized for now. They're optimized for getting out during the day. Okay, they're all every AI strategy is going to get out during the day. But you'll see some strategies that have them optimized, say for a 60-minute hold or a 2-hour hold or a certain percentage gain, or maybe holding to near the end of the day. But if you got into one of them, you took one of the trades and the AI is saying, well, I optimized this for a 60-minute hold, and then 60 minutes later it's still working. Why would you get out? Okay, that's why always saying if you're going to take an AI trade and it's working, just because the AI has been optimized for a certain hold period doesn't mean you have to get out then. And then you could do it with a basket of stocks, that you only like to follow. If that's what you want to do, all you have to do is just attach that symbol list of the stocks you want to follow to your alert window and then run the back tester on that. You may not get very many results. That's the only issue, but you can do a basket of stocks. So, Tank, you're using but Michael says that a lot of the data, well, let me just say, you're using the Market Explorer, of course, and you're using the Money Flow Index. So oversold on the 1 minute is how you found the IC as an example. Oops. See what sort of results I'm getting here. AMLX. So I see stocks that are certainly, in a downtrend, and then maybe at some point they're bouncing. ONON, obviously, maybe I don't know when the alert happened. 120. So this is a while ago. Okay, so I can see what happened here at 123. Is this the candle? Yeah, that would be the candle. So that found this one on a bounce. ONON, I guess. You'd have to have a 1-minute chart up, but I'm sure that's worth. Well, in fact, it should say the price somewhere. Yeah, 21. So it got down to 21.76. Okay, sold. This is the greatest strategy in the world. Zach likes this. I mean, he wants more filters in place, but the premise of they oversold or overbought on I don't know if the time frame is 1 minute that he uses, but now you could put the MFI right on the chart too. This is sort of interesting. This AMLX. I mean, it's trying to hold a VWAP. 38.94. There's the VWAP, so it's trying to hold a VWAP. Maybe you can have a little bit of a run from here. Actually, the market continues a little higher. Yeah, he's using relative strength in his scan, but I think he has the MFI on the chart. I think. Both for the tops and bottoms. What is it only 1 minute? Or does he have it for 5 minutes too? Because I can check. Just the 1 minute. Okay. I think with this move to AWS, see, Michael's problem has been is that this is very, very data intensive. All his strategies are very data intensive, and it was overloading our servers. Now that we've moved to AWS, he has a lot. He'll have a lot more flexibility in doing these and creating different time frames. Yeah, you kind of add a server as on the go. If something gets overloaded, just add another server. And if we find something isn't as necessary anymore, we delete the server. I guess that's the idea. What little I know about all this stuff. Spin up servers on demand. There you go, Pepe. That's a better a better way of phrasing it, I guess. Now the next step with all of this, well, I don't know the next step, but one of the steps has to be a sound alert also. Just like the normal alert windows. Otherwise, you're going to have to stare at the window to see when there's an alert, and that's not good. So we need to have, they know this, okay? I mean, it's not a revelation. I mean, they do know this that eventually people want to use this Market Explorer. You're going to have a sound alert. That's one of the reasons why I really haven't used it because I need a sound alert. How am I going to know when I get an alert unless I'm staring at it? Now, look at this. This is pretty awesome, guys. I mean, we had an alert of 39, 3891, 3908. So pretty, not too far off for the AMLX. And, it caught up to what, 3953. So I'll wait for the next one to come in and see what happens. I'll tuck it away in another monitor and try to keep an eye on it. I No, I don't think it's a crypto play. I think isn't it a meta play? I think it's a meta play, Mac. The metaverse. Just reading this here, unless they've gone into crypto too. But I think this is one of the ones that when the metaverse was that when that term first started, I think this was one of the ones that was touted as being a metaverse play. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so Pepe is confirming that. You know, the AI has been sneaky good today, guys. I have to admit. Look at the Sumo, only 2 alerts from it. The Sumo, 1054, 1084 now. Caesars, CZR, 5092, 5217. You know, 2.8, 2.5. I mean, not incredible moves, but believe me, if it did like that every day, that's all I do. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Here's another one. This is COSM trying to hold that VWAP. 593, trying to hold it. I have DCPH for some reason thumbnailed. Let me take a look at DCPH. It's got some room. 1871 is the next high looking left. And the volume is not great. You know, the relative volume, it's only, it's basically trading normally. But you know what? I mean, it's at the high of the day right now. Good spread, 1809, 1811. And again, it has room to 1871. And when I say room, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm just saying that's the next high looking left. So don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay, guys, let's see. I do have my sound alerts on. I'm not getting anything. BCAB, okay, yeah, I actually had this on my, I unhearted it this morning, but yeah, I mean, again, if you could ever at some point take out five, but $1 away from that, because you can see then there's a big, big gap here. There's a 200 day to get through at 6, and then all this up here, 840, volume coming in. Ooh, 143, guys. I have to do a video. I forgot all about that. So, and then almost right after that, I've got to be in a marketing meeting. So, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, expensive one. TRV. I'm sure you're seeing this one too, Tank. TRV. That is, that's the only thing I hope we can do in the future. It might be difficult though, but I like to have price ranges put into the Market Explorer. Because I'm just not interested in trading, you know, TRV to make maybe 50 cents or a dollar on a 191 stock. But as Michael would say, you don't like it, don't click on it. And then there's the price. So all right, guys. So in about 5 minutes, I'll have to leave again. Marketing meeting. It is Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday's marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Boy, this CRDO just continues to chug upwards, guys. Man, where's the next high looking left on the weekly? Wow, can't even see it. Maybe I can. 1732 is the next high looking left. This is such a strong stock. Semi. Well, what do they do actually? Connectivity solutions, product, data infrastructure. Okay, so well, it's in the that market. Okay, very, very good. I mean, this is almost an all-time high. What Michael would say is look at that relative strength. Okay, look at that stock composite rating of 88. I wish this weren't here. I would even maybe hop on this right now. I just don't like the fact that 1732 is the next high. If it were more like here at 18, I'd probably take some and just put a stop at 17 and see what happens. Yeah, that could be done. I mean, put an alert, just before it maybe. What? I guess that's right there. Okay. Well, hey, listen, hey, look at this. This could take it out. And I'm talking about the CRDO. Yeah, Genius is really starting to give it up now, guys. This is a difficult intraday trader. Now you see what's happening. We're getting some top. Let me get into the daily chart. Yeah, you see these topping tails. I mean, they could be confidence destroyers because I mean, you see a big topping tail the day before, all the way up to what, six something. Sellers knocked it down to four something. Buyers tried again. They got it up to what, 557. Sellers are knocking it down. The more topping tails we have on these daily charts, it's going to be harder to induce people to buy this. Now, does it mean that's forever? But right now, there seems to be a a pretty orderly sell-off. So you see what I'm saying? Even though this large cap gainers from the open percent may look boring compared to this, because of the, you're not going to get, rarely do we even see 1%, rarely. But I'm telling you, you can get some really nice trending trades out of this sometimes. Oh, I'm sure every day it's like that, blue collar. I mean, we sort of have a little bit of fun. We're just renting these things. We're not marrying them. Absolutely not. Not me anyway. These are stocks that are just having, sometimes they have several days in a row. Then you don't hear from them for months as they sink back to where they're supposed to be. And then all of a sudden you get some stock like Holo. I have no idea what sort of cash this one has, but I mean, this one has been amazing. I mean, the run, the base, another run. Yeah, it's sold off today from the highs, but I mean, that's an amazing run. Okay, guys, I have to get into this marketing meeting, so putting myself on mute in a meeting. Well, let's take a look at. I'm getting interested in the CRDO. It's been a little bit choppy. CRDO. I almost while I was in the meeting, I almost took this. It was just over 1730, and so I'm just going to keep an eye on it. If it gets over 1734 again, might have to take some, and that's the CRDO. Yeah, market is just well, we're over 400 though. All right. Yeah, we're right at 400, should say. Yeah, we're right at 400. And the BIAF is still holding the VWAP, guys. Holding that VWAP. It's just kind of basing. You can see it right there. So you never know. To get some volume coming in, you never know. Could have a late day push. And this has got a little bit of room. This DBRG, a little bit of room. 1273 to 1315. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, CRDO, guys. CRDO. Let's see now. I'm in it. I have a tighter stop maybe than tanks, but the um, the next high looking left What did I say it was? I had to look at a weekly chart, I believe. I think it was 1771. No, wow, wait a minute. It can't be right. 18, is that right? 18 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Well, that's even better. I thought it was 1774 or something. Maybe it is on the daily chart. No, no, that's even better then. So 18, all right. Not that I'm saying it's getting there. I always have to say that, guys, because people listen to me and think, oh, the guy is talking, saying it's going to 18. And that's what I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's the next high where it could stall. Okay, guys. So listen, I'm going to have to shut down at 3 today. Okay, I've got something going on that just came up, so I'm going to have to shut down at 3, about 20 minutes earlier. If that's okay. So a good time right now, what, 2:32? So another 28 minutes or so. So any questions? Ask away. Don't be shy. Well, William, you know I'm a Canadian, so I got to be very polite. Other than taking off, I don't care what you guys think. OBV, that on balance volume or something? I used to see that term a while back. All right, guys. So I put in my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. There's your promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading, take a look at this Trading 101, all free, okay? It's a great little course. So if you're brand new to trading, click on the Trading 101. You can sign up for my daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, you can sign it, and that's free. Of course, my video is free, and the trade of the week is free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. Great education link, and here are my scans that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down, the races. I like my upside. You don't see this, it's on another monitor, but I really pay attention to this also. My upside movers versus downside movers. So a lot of information on my homepage. If you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you do use my homepage link and that promo. Room gets credit, I get some credit. Plus, if you save my link, you have access to my scans at any time and all the education. I don't think we have OBV, do we? Nope. Now, Michael was talking about in his YouTube session with this AWS switch. We're going to have charts that are going to have a lot more, well, indicators if you want them. Okay, a lot of things are going to be changing up with our charts. I'm not saying they're going to look different, but I think you're just going to be like trend lines and typical of most charting programs. Always understanding that this company never thought of themselves as a charting program. Charting was an afterthought, and you can see, I mean, they're sort of. I mean, I don't mind them because I'm not a big indicator guy, but I do know other people would like to see more indicators. At any rate, whenever this happens, HTML charts, as Michael calls them, but don't ask me when. Yeah, man, if I could. I literally don't know. I mean, I know I said, don't ask me when. I literally do not know. But it's got to be closer. I mean, I was amazed that we got to the AWS. I mean, I've been hearing about this for it seems like forever. And then one day it was there. Okay, guys, I have taken some of the CRDO off in case it cannot get through that 50. Like no great shakes. I was in at 1735, so I'm not. Yeah, Michael, CPRX has been moving up as a bit of a comeback play today. I mentioned this one, I think, way back here. Can't remember what happened yesterday. Obviously, a terrible day for it, but it's trying to come back a little bit anyway. But for all the reasons it was down yesterday, I'm sure they're still present. Ah, that's right. This is the CPRX. They have the drug. That's right. Now I remember. So Teva came up with a generic version of their drug, CPRX's drug, and it appears that is their only real moneymaker. So yeah, you can see why that would cause some hurt and some pain to CPRX. Tony Robbins live on YouTube. What the heck does Casa mean about that? He's still around? Obviously, he's still around. Oh yeah, I know Tony Robbins, sure. That's what I asked. He's still around, obviously. He's been around for decades, it seems. Oh, you're just pointing out the fact that Tony Robbins is live on YouTube, and oh, okay. I thought maybe there was something to do with maybe one of the things we've been talking about. Man, here's another little one. Tenaya Therapeutics, TNYA. Another one that's just been sort of marching on the way. Wow, look at Sava now. Yeah, I'm not touching it. I don't care. With the underneath the VWAP, underneath the 200-day. All right, COSM actually showing up. I know you know this, Tank, but COSM showing up on that, excuse me, that scan. Excuse me, just give me a moment, please. So COSM showing up on that scan, Tank, you didn't know. 611, 611 on that 1 minute MFI scan bounce. This is it could be interesting because I mean the next high looking left on that 15 is 670. 66, well, is it 666? If it is, we can't do it. Nope, 665. Okay. Now the key is holding the VWAP also for COSM. Holding the VWAP, 601 is the VWAP. I'm looking at 611 or 612. I'm going to get long this COSM. Because you guys are wondering what I'm talking about here. This is on that money flow index oversold 1 minute. This is from the Market Explorer. So there was the alert at 611. And of course, importantly, trying to hold the VWAP at 601 also. Okay, in. Let's see now. To the COSM. Now, I'm not, look, I know I said the next high is up here. I'm not expecting it to get there. This is probably just going to be, this is sort of a bit of a testing thing here. I'm testing this, testing this little Market Explorer strategy. To me, they're more really like quick trades. Yeah, look at that. I mean, the spread is, come on, it's got to catch up to the ask. 612, 616, 613, 616. Yeah, just want this thing to move now so I can just move on, either up or down, take me out or move for me. Ah, Shaw Communications. Now, why are you moving up? See, if you're in Canada, you know there Rogers is trying to buy them, but our regulators are. I thought they sort of. I thought here that day there they said, yeah, we'll allow it. Okay, so this is still not. So the go ahead is not. So has this been now? This is early this morning, 7 o'clock Eastern time. It almost looks like there's been a leak saying yes, it's going to go ahead. The Competition Bureau wants to block it. Yeah, for Canada, that is a big deal. But anyway, it's almost like something got leaked here, guys, because look at the volume that came in. Well, that got me out of the. Wow, that was a good exit for the COSM. Ugly. That was ugly. Well, manageable loss, though, guys. And okay, guys, as I say, I'll be shutting down in about 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, please ask now. The room will be open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, of course. Yeah, Grom, yeah, there is a little bit of volume coming in. There's the VWAP for Grom, 315, so it went through it. The high for Grom in the pre-market was way up here at 419, I think, for 422. Yeah, it was more just an observation regarding the SJR, the Shaw, that you would think there's some kind of a leak or something. Because out of nowhere all this volume came in and they're discussing it today whether the merger should go through or not. So it doesn't make sense other than maybe some kind of a leak, or because otherwise why would all this volume come in now? Even if it happens now, I don't know, it's supposed to be a 20 billion Canadian. That's a big deal in Canada. Again, 20 billion Canadian, 1 billion US. Hmm. Is there any way to magnify my window by double clicking it? That's a good question. I haven't had that question for a long time. I thought there's a magnifying glass somewhere. Isn't there a magnifying glass somewhere? I don't see it on my end. I'm sure there's a magnifying glass somewhere. Oh, good. Okay. I just don't. I'm trying to see where it is on my end. I don't see it on my end. Okay. So I think what that allows you to do, of course, is, not necessarily do people want to see everything that's on my screen. So if you don't care about the charts or you don't care about this Brokerage Plus, maybe you just care about this area. Yeah, you can magnify that, I guess. Wow, Sava. Now you're doing what I wanted it to do. That move now, that's a beautiful move from 3061, almost straight down without any big topping tails or anything. Easy to stay in the trade. Maybe that's the ticket with Sava. You got to wait near the end rather than trying to get it early on. Even this here, though, this was a nice bounce, pretty orderly bounce from 27.70 all the way up to 30. So that was about a $3 bounce, pretty orderly. I'm looking at this 15-minute chart and straight up on an hour. Just at the beginning of the day, for me anyway, it was just a little too whippy. There you go. Thank you, Rob. So that is the reason. That is the reason. So this merger is going through. Yeah, it had to be, had to be. There's no way in the world, out of nowhere, all this volume would come in. Okay, guys, yeah, I think I'll wrap it up now. I know it's about 2 minutes to 3 o'clock. So any other questions? I will stick around for another couple if there's some questions. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys, well, again, thanks for letting me take off just a little bit early. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so let me get my script together. Thanks, Blue Collar, and thanks a lot for all the help as always, guys. Those of you who post information that I certainly can't. Oh, I could find it if I guess I had the time, but it really is appreciated for not just myself, but I'm sure for the rest of the group. So thanks for doing all that, and I'll open the room again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.